We're going to be talking about the LASERACTIVE today. It's going to be pretty funny, chat. The LASERACTIVE. Here, I have not one, not two, but 3 pieces of text as we look at the LASERACTIVE. LASERACTIVE. The LASERACTIVE was released by Pioneer in 1993 and was essentially a special Laserdisc player hooked up to either a Mega Drive, Genesis, or a PC Engine TurboGrafx to play special Laserdisc games released for the system. The system is still unemulated, but let's discuss and look at the games. The Laserdisc system itself retailed for $970 US. Both the Mega Drive, Genesis, and PC Engine TurboGrafx add-on packs that were required to play games cost $600 US each. So 1,570 USD to play half the games, and 2,000... wait, I got the price wrong. It's not 2,600. Holy shit, wait. It's not that high, but it's still bloody high. $2,170 to play them all. In 1993, by the way. How many people bought this shit? Apparently total sales did not exceed 10,000 units on the LASERACTIVE. And there was a grand total of 30 games. 30. So it doesn't have a tiny, useless library. It doesn't have a huge library. It's got kind of like, it's a shockingly bigger library compared to what you would expect, because you would be surprised if more than like 6 games had been made for it, but there was 30. About half of them are edutainment, so you can sort of cut it down to about 15, really. Well, there's maybe about 10 edutainment. There's about 5 to 8 sort of porno games. They're not really porno, it's just like freaking photo shoots and shit like that. It's not actual porno, but yeah, 2,170 is fair and reasonable, isn't it, Zalathar? Isn't it? So I think a lot more games were released on this thing than you expect.
Good choice.
The reason for that is because Laserdisc was very popular in Japan. So some people that wanted to fork out a lot of extra money to buy a special Laserdisc player where they can use it to play these games as well as normal Laserdiscs, you know, it would have been that bad if you're in Japan, to sell your existing Laserdisc player and just change to a LASERACTIVE. And maybe you played a few LASERACTIVE games, but you still used it to watch Laserdiscs and stuff. So it was supposed to be like a multi-system. But of course, you don't really care about any of this unless you really want to play the game specifically. And to play the game specifically, it wasn't just the 1,000 USD Laserdisc player, which was expensive for a Laserdisc player. You could have got a Laserdisc player cheaper than that. But those add-on packs, you needed either the Genesis or the TurboGrafx add-on packs to play games on this thing. A Genesis in like 1994, from what I looked up, cost $120 US. Or in 1993, it was like $120 US. This thing was 600. The special Genesis to put into this Laserdisc player, 600. 600. Text Rich, thank you for the 12-month resub. Oh, thank you. The haircut was a great relief in this weather. But it did have a Mega CD player, and the Mega CD add-on was like $250. So yeah, that makes up a little bit. It can also play Mega CD games, but I mean, $600. Come on. I heard a fart. Man, I think you always say that, Pro Ash. I think that's what you're always saying. I think you're the one in chat that is saying that every time.
Crush your enemies. See them driven before you.
I think that's Pro Ash's thing that he says.
That is good.
Glad you're feeling better, Birdman. Also, what's the best way to emulate PC Engine? Trying to pop some mail.
You want to play the PC Engine version of Popful Mail, do you, epic name, bro? The PC Engine of Popful Mail, the PC Engine version of Popful Mail is like 1/3 longer than the PC98 version. I still haven't played it, but like the PC98, PC88 versions is like a game, but then the PC Engine version is the same game, but they added like 5 areas, which is insane, right? That's an interesting one. I use Otake. Otake is the best emulator. It's a standalone emulator. Ootake, Otake. It's like the only PC Engine emulator that can properly run freaking certain games that always crash and don't work properly on other things. So yeah, use that. Thank you so much, Epic Name Bro, for the 500 bits.
Good choice.
And it's not the freaking chair. Guys, do you want to see this chair? Extreme Noise Dan, thank you for the 35 months. You guys want to see this bloody chair that
What can I do for you, Jim?
I said give me the brandy.
Look at how melted this chair is.
Good evening, Macaw and chat. What's the most you've ever spent on a game console? I bought a PS3 at launch. Macaw guts, Macaw drunk, Macaw
Shit. Freaking Mike. Put this back up here. Did you buy a LASERACTIVE on release? Look at how destroyed the sides again. The sides are pretty destroyed. If you see them from here, hold on. The entire side of the inside of the armrest is totally destroyed. The back is surprisingly still intact, but everything else is destroyed. Now I'm gonna have to get the wire. I'm gonna have to get the wire off that.
Conan!
Alright.
What is best in life? Crush your enemies. See them driven before you. And hear the lamentation of your women. That is good.
That is good.
Guys pitching to buy this man a chair, damn. It's worse than mine, lol.
I probably should get another chair. I probably should. Guys, I might buy another chair. But I'm so used to this chair. Me and this chair.
What can I do for you, Jim?
I said give me the brandy.
Like good adventuring friends. Epic Name Bro, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Again.
Macaw is waiting for lightning to strike the chair before he'll replace it. 5555555.
Happy Mr. Dave.
55555555555555555.
Happy Mr. Dave.
LASERACTIVE 5555555.
Happy Mr. Dave, I think this chair might have already been struck by lightning. Thank you for the cheer. What did I miss? Proud Onions. Thank you for the 250 bits, Proud Onions. What's the most I've spent on a game console? I've never really paid big for a game console. I've never bought a game console on release. I've never paid full price for a game console, really. So it would be nothing special at all. Let me zoom down here. Shoopit! Yo, Shoopit, thank you for the raid, Shoopit.
He wanted to have an erotic alien also. So I made my lips and the chin. With this part you can make a erotic lady. You don't need more than that. This part That's the design I did for Alien 3.
Alien
Replace
3.
your chair with one of those Giger chairs from the Giger Museum.
Man, that would be so good.
What is best in life?
That'd be so good.
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of your women. That is good. That is good.
That'd be so good.
I've had that exact cheap-ass chair before, it sucks. Treat yourself and get something better.
I just like getting these generic office chairs and then having them get destroyed, then I get a new one. Dr. Zaius with the 460, Azrael 500 bits. Thank you so much, guys. So many biddies there. I appreciate it. Like, you know how annoying it is to get a chair? I think I already said this once. But when you buy a chair, it comes in like a big box and you got to unpack all the sections and you got to use like the little wrench thing to put all the sections together. And this is time that I could be spending talking about the LASERACTIVE.
Good choice.
Like, what would you prefer, guys? Me getting a new chair that doesn't squeak and shit and, you know, it's not completely destroyed, but I can only see the complete destruction. Like, this is just...
choice.
I make the stream look really quality with everything, but really, it's totally jacked. But hey, you guys don't see all that, so it's fine. Like, it's completely fine. Tefla, thank you for the 39 months. The Geiger chair. I'd be paranoid about using the Geiger chair too much. Like, the Geiger chair you would want to sort of have like as an antique. You wouldn't really want to sit in it, would you? As cool as it would be. Tango, thank you for the 100 bits. Option 240, thank you for the 3 months. Yokai Kitsuneko, thank you for the 10 months. Macaroon Raccoon, thank you for the 100 bits. Ovaltine, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, my back. I never really have my back against it though. Usually when I'm streaming, it's like this and the chair is like I'm never actually leaning back on the chair. But maybe I should be. There's a level 3 hype train. Is that how hype we are for not being able to play LASERACTIVE games? Because it's unemulated. No one's ever gonna emulate this damn thing. No one has interest in this damn thing. Well, I reckon it has enough games to where it should be emulated, but the interest factor in doing something as advanced as bloody trying to dump laser discs and do the ROM aspect to emulate LASERACTIVE is just non-existent. Like, there's not enough interest, so that's why it's still not emulated. But thanks to the generosity of good old Minoku, there's a chance now, there's a non-trivial chance that I may get a LASERACTIVE and I can stream in the future these games, whether I get Ocam it or I get a capture card finally, whatever I do, there's a non-trivial chance that I actually get a LASERACTIVE and I can play full playthroughs of a lot of these games where we don't have full playthroughs yet. We've got full playthroughs for some of these games, some of the more simple rail shooters, but for a lot of them, we still don't have full proper playthroughs, and I have the chance of being able to do that. Yeah, Minoku's like slowly going through testing everything. I still need to... Like, I wouldn't hook up anything here until I'm 100% with like the support of some other Australian people to tell me like which voltage converter I should use and shit, because I need to get like a non-cheap one to make sure I don't destroy the system. I've used them before.
Do you see anything you like?
I've used lots of converters before. I just need to make sure for this that it's like perfect.
Neat.
Tinfoil, thank you for the 800 bits. It's been a while since I've seen the Soldier Boys clip. You see anything you like, guys? It is pretty neat. Thank you for the 800 bits. MP, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. Laser Vision LD. What is Laser Vision? Apparently LASERACTIVE is just ultra tricky in many ways. Many ways to stream. But even though a lot of people mock this system, I think it's the god system for FMV games. This is the FMV game god system, in a sense. In reality, FMV god system is the systems that have the most FMV games on them. So the number one is going to be like Windows and DOS. Like that's where the most FMV games are. Windows, DOS, to a lesser degree Macintosh, but Macintosh isn't as big because most of the Macintosh FMV games just got DOS or Windows ports anyway, even if they weren't as high quality. You got plenty on like PS1 and 3DO and stuff. But this is a Laserdisc video game system. Technically, which had already happened with the Halcyon in 1985, but the Halcyon was not strictly marketed as a video game system. It was a tremendous failure. They only sold about 6 of them. It sold for about $6,000 in 1985. It had 2 games on it. I think it had Dragon's Lair and Thaya's Quest. It was garbage. The Halcyon doesn't really count. But the LaserActive, by the time 1993 came around, Laserdisc players were not like $4,000 anymore, so they were a little bit more affordable. As you can see in the bottom right here, the price was still completely and utterly insane. Like, compared to just... You got to remember that this is like before the 3DO or the PS1 or the Sega Saturn came out. But still, this price point, like, anyone in 1993... Was anyone in 1993 an adult? Like, at least 18 years old in this chat? Was anyone at least 18 by 1993 to at least have had, like, the possibility in some regard to be like, oh, you know what? I think I'm going to save up. I'm going to buy a LaserActive, mate. I think I'm going to buy a LaserActive. I think I'm going to spend $1,000 on the Laserdisc player. And then I'm going to spend $600 choosing between either the TurboGrafx or the Genesis packs, which you needed to play the games. And then guess what, guys? Some games were only playable on the Genesis one, and some were only playable on the TurboGrafx one, like I've spoken about before. So straight away, Pioneer, the geniuses behind the LaserActive, cut their market in half. They're like, well, let's make some of the games only play on the on the TurboGrafx add-on that costs $600. But if you want to play the Genesis add-on games, that's another $600. They couldn't have just gone with one company, really? You couldn't have just gone with one company. You went with 2 companies for this shit. Are you kidding me? They should have just gone with Sega. They should have been 100% Sega. It turned out that the majority of the 30 releases for the LaserActive were the Mega LDs, which is the Genesis add-on Laserdiscs. And the majority of the ones that were for the PC Engine add-on were like quiz games and shit like that. So if you're going to choose one, you do want to choose the Sega one. But in theory, you could buy both because you can slot both of them in order to play all the games. And when it comes to action games, there were 2 on the PC Engine. There was Vajra 1 and Vajra 2. Vajra 2 was only released in Japan anyway. All of these games are Japanese. They could not get any Western support for this thing. Laserdisc was an uphill battle outside of Japan. In America, it did decent because America and Japan had the strongest economies, but in like anywhere else, Australia, Europe, I get like anywhere, like no one, Laserdisc was not like prolific at all. And you're trying to sell a video game system that's a Laserdisc based video game system, where all the games inherently have to be like Dragon's Lair or a rail shooter against FMV backdrops. And there's a limit to what you can do there, but it's a very interesting limit. Because the video game system in terms of its tech is really nothing more than the Genesis or the TurboGrafx, so the Mega Drive or the PC Engine in Japan. That's all it is. It's just, you're literally, if you're playing those Genesis pack games, it's just little Genesis graphics that you can do on your Genesis, except there's a Laserdisc video playing in the background. And the quality of the 3D in the Laserdisc is completely determined by the production of the company that makes it, which itself would have, like, let's just say that the LaserActive for some reason existed until the year 2000 and they were making games in 1998 and 1999. The 3D in the videos would have been better because like time's going on and like the 3D's getting better, but it's not game graphics. It's a video. It's a Laserdisc. It's just a video. Now, it's not just a video you're playing from start to finish, because the whole point of the Laserdisc is that Laserdisc can jump between the video as much as it wants, and that's why you can gamify the video. That's the whole reason they came up with the concept of Dragon's Lair in the early 80s, or the mid-80s, whatever it was. I guess it was early 80s. 82 or 83 or whatever. Because you can jump around in the video, so when you die, because you don't press the right input, it jumps the video in the Laserdisc to you dying. You can gamify it. So the LaserActive is the only real attempt after the Halcyon, which was just nonsense anyway. Checked for inflation, 2,170 is 4,606 today. You know, sometimes if you want quality, you gotta pay for it. Now, how many people would pay that much for 20-minute rail shooter FMV games? Yeah, I would as well. I would. I really would. I love FMV games. I love FMV games. But how many people love FMV games? FMV games, if anything, are more attractive to me now. But back, even if I was a kid, let's just say that I got access to a LaserActive in like 3 games, and like I got like the rail shooters, like friggin' Pyramid Patrol and shit, and I played through them. It would literally only be like 1 or 2 days before I'm like, yeah, but can I just play Castlevania 4 again, where it's all graphics and it's like a real game? Like, you know, as a kid, I think I probably would have thought that. As an adult, I love FMV games a lot more. But you still have to treat them like they're movies or so. So the LaserActive, it's just like you've got a gimmick interactive movie system, but that's kind of the appeal. Like, one of the appealing points is the fact that, if I bring these up, hold on just a second, guys. Go into my LaserActive folder here. Let's see here, Pyramid Patrol. So the games were like, they came on these big, like, sort of Laserdisc packaging, which is the same as like a vinyl. You're getting like a music vinyl thing. And that's kind of part of the appeal. They're little thin cases, but they're really big. So it's like, and the packaging as well. The packaging is like all aristocratic and fancy. It's like really high-end, sort of fancy schmancy, art design on everything. Now, the cover art to Pyramid Patrol, I don't think is particularly inspired. I think it's a little bit bland. But if you look at the back of these things, like, this kind of packaging that they had was just really quite incredible. Where there's not even game screenshots. It's just sort of like this thing that's telling you about like how it's freaking awesome. Like, it's very Japanese. Again, like this is the English version, but I've spoken about this before. The English and Japanese releases of these LaserActive games were 1-to-1. They were 1-to-1. So the Japanese ones have the same sleeve, just translated. So it's the only instance where an entire games library that was tried to have been localized to America was 1-to-1 with the Japanese packaging. It's the only time it's happened. They didn't change it, make it all goofy, add weird screenshots. America got the Japanese marketing and the Japanese aesthetic for what Laserdiscs look like, which is insane. It's really crazy. And the back of this one, you can see it a little bit, but the back of some of the other ones, like Space Berserker, if you look at this, Space Berserker, look at this. This is the back of the American box, the same as the Japanese one. And hey, let me put the cover art up here so it's on top of the text. And look, they even show like the bloody image model girl that appears in the game with the little Japanese like promo pic, and then the little shots here, like this kind of like layout. Again, just very, very Japanese. Space Berserker. But if we go back to something like this, what's it say here? Description of game. Look at this layout. Kenichi Matsuzaki. Design Naoyuki Kato. Director Takeshi Yoshizaki. The Cyglod PMFX-T05 space fighter, designed by the master of the Japanese SF art world, Naoyuki Kato. There would have been no one in Japan that knew who Naoyuki Kato was at this time. But it's kind of crazy. RSS 3-dimensional sound, Taito Corporation, department, blah, blah, blah. One side, NTSC. Just 1-to-1 Japanese or English with these releases. Kind of interesting. Kind of very interesting. Let me try to make these a little bit smaller. I need to fit bigger square here. Can I make this smaller? Guys, how small can I make this, but so you can still read it? If I do this, let's try to do this. Hold on. Yeah, can I please type? There we go. If I put it out to like here. Oh man, no, that's not gonna work. It's not gonna work, chat. What about... Oh, we'll just make it about that small. I guess. Alright. Whatever. So, let's actually start, and like, there's so much stuff with the LASERACTIVE just to watch that's interesting. That's why I wanted to do this stream. I wanted to do this stream before I potentially got this real LASERACTIVE that could be coming my way. A stream like this is still very important because if I actually got a LASERACTIVE, I would want to just like play certain games and stuff, and we wouldn't be able to look at a lot of certain details and go over the entire library like this. Like, this is a library where we can go over the whole library. And in specific, we can go over any or most of the games that I actually find interesting. So we could do that quickly now. So first of all, Akuma no Shinban, which honestly is not a game that I really care about much at all. This game is kind of a scam. It was only released in Japan, one of the games that was only released in Japan. It's just a little, it's like a little party game, like a fortune-telling thing, which literally only goes for like 5 minutes. And you just get like this little fortune read or whatever, and then that's it. Like, it has amazing little set that they made. Like, it's got this really amazing set with these special effects and stuff. They got like some explosions. You'll see in a second what I'm talking about. But that's literally it. It's like 5 minutes of footage and then a 5 minutes text game, and that's it. Garbage. By the way, the game's retailed for $120 US in America. In Japan, they were 10,000 yen. in America, they were 120 US dollars on games. So, so next we've got Don Quixote, A Dream in Seven Crystals. This is one of only 2 RPGs on the system. This game looks awesome. We can look at the back of the box later. This game looks awesome. When am I playing Prince of Persia 2? I'm going to revisit it. I spoke about this at the beginning of the stream. The version of Prince of Persia 2 that I'm playing with these like pre-release versions is a busted version of the game, and that's why the jumping was so messed up. I want to go back to the version 1.0, but I want to play version 1.0 that's not glitched. I'll get it sorted out. I'm going to reset my opinion on Prince of Persia 2 and revisit it within the week, I reckon. Ghost Rush, this is the other RPG on the system. This one looks kind of interesting, but nowhere near as cool as Don Quixote. No, Don Quixote in arcades is not the same game. This is an RPG. The arcade Don Quixote Laserdisc game was called Super Don Quixote, which was a Dragon's Lair clone. This is a different game. This is an RPG. High Roller Battle, which is an FMV rail shooter with like helicopters and stuff. Hyperion, the final Taito action game that was released for the LASERACTIVE and possibly the best one. This game, I Will. We're going to be getting to this. I'm not going to say anything more just yet. Pyramid Patrol, of course. Rocket Coaster. Another Taito. I think this was the first Taito one. Well, I guess Taito released this and Pyramid Patrol. Space Berserker. Probably the coolest cover art of any of these space rail shooters on the system. Triad Stone, probably the best cover art on the entire system. It's this image doesn't do justice to the cover art of Triad Stone. It's really like when you see these, like it's a huge thing and it's just awesome, man. Triad Stone. Triad Zone, by the way, Triad Stone. This is a port of an unreleased arcade game from 1985 from Data East. Moonbeam Arcade with the raid. Lord Moonbeam Arcade, thank you so much. Welcome, guys. What were you guys playing today? We're going over the LASERACTIVE today. And I'm obsessed with the LASERACTIVE. Oh, GameCube. I'm obsessed with the LASERACTIVE. LASERACTIVE is the ultimate FMV game console, but it's not emulated. I might be getting one soon. But before that happens, I need to discuss all the games and tell you guys what it's all about, because a lot of people mock the LASERACTIVE. How can you mock this? Look at what we're looking at. Look at this. There's this freaking port of, or a version. It's the first version. It's not really a port because the game was never released in arcades, but Data East finished all the animation. So they released it with this alternate version as Triad Stone on the Laserdisc, on the LASERACTIVE. And then a year after, they released it on the 3DO and the Sega Saturn as a game called Strahl. Now, there's huge differences between Triad Stone and Strahl, but the basic thing is that Strahl is garbage and Triad Stone is god tier. I will talk about this more in depth, and you guys will very much understand what I'm talking about, very much so. But the game's amazing. It's basically a Dragon's Lair. Like, Data East made a bunch of Laserdisc games. They were going crazy with Laserdisc games, but 2 of their most prominent Laserdisc games was Thunder Zone, which also had another name like Cobra Command or something. Not to be confused with the other games that have the same name that they made, but these are the Laserdisc games. And they also did Road Avenger, aka Road Blaster, aka Road Prosecutor, the one where it's like the first person view in the car, and it's probably the single greatest bit of freaking cartoon Japanese animation you've ever seen. That game is the best Laserdisc game ever made. But forget that for now, because they also made a Dragon's Lair clone where there's a character running around and you had to do inputs, and that's Triad Stone. No, it wouldn't, Steven 80s. That doesn't emulate LaserActive, unfortunately. The original arcade version of Triad Stone was supposed to be called Chatsy's Stone, but that was never released. But that was what its original name was, Chatsy's Stone. so yeah, Prince of Persia 2 is coming again sometime this week, kid comma. So we've got that. We've got Vajra 1 and Vajra 2. So the Vajra games are like rail shooters from Data West, not Data East, Data West. They're like the only action games on the Turbo Graphics add-on pack that you put in. And then you've got Zapping, which is like an FMV game as well. Now, these are all the exclusive games that I'm fully interested in. But there is ports of other stuff. Like there's a LaserActive version of Blue Chicago Blues. We don't care about the LaserActive version of Blue Chicago Blues. Sure, it's Laserdisc and it'll have way higher quality video, but it's still not all the video. All the video is only in the Macintosh and Windows 95 versions of Blue Chicago Blues, which come on 5 discs. So the Laserdisc version of Blue Chicago Blues is still no good. So yeah, there's a bunch of the stuff. Let's actually, there is a bunch of edutainment on it. Well, we can see that now, actually, because I'm going to get up some videos. We're going to start, I reckon, by just watching a promo video. Wait, LaserActive promo. Alright. Let's watch the Japanese LaserActive promotional video from like 1993. And you guys can see visually what some of these games look like before we start looking at some specific games in detail. Alright. Oh really, Fell Temp? Shoutouts to Pioneer.
Good choice.
Al Roker Surprise, thank you for the 39-month resub.
レーザーアクティブ。それはリアルな映像、迫力あふれるサウンドと CD ロムのインタラクティブ性が融合した全く新しいメディアです。レーザーアクティブはあなたのエンターテインメントの世界を一気に広げていきます。未だかつて体験したことのない楽しさを決めた待望のレーザーアクティブのソフトがいよいよ登場。続々発売されるソフトをご紹介しましょう。
All units, I have a large, unidentified bogey approaching fast.
目を疑わんば。
Alright, so here of course is Pyramid Patrol. Let me just see something with my capture here.
ばかりの美しい映像。全身を震わせるほどの強烈なサウンド。このスリルと臨場感を一度でも体験したら、あなたはのめり込まずには。
Guys, 3D graphics. Except it's not actually 3D graphics, it's just a video.
いられない。近未来の火星を舞台に。
But it's an interactive video. And the 3D is way higher quality. Way higher quality than anything that you'll see on... I mean, not the 3D. It's not the 3D we should be talking about. It's the FMV quality. This is a Laserdisc. It's only composite video, unfortunately, but nonetheless, way higher quality FMV, 3 times better quality FMV, 4 times better quality FMV than what you'd see on the 3DO or the PCFX or the PS1 or the Sega Saturn or DOS.
バーチャルシューティングゲーム第1弾ピラミッドパトロール
Pyramid at 12 o'clock. Assume attack formation. We're going in.
You want to get Pyramid Patrol, guys? What about The Great Pyramid? So this is an edutainment game.
ピラミッドをテーマに古代エジプト3000年の歴史を
They're just obsessed with pyramids with this shit.
丸ごと1枚のディスクにデータベース化しました。アイコン操作によって綿密なデータと豊富な映像資料に基づきさまざまな知識を発掘できます。
古代エジプト文明、
未だに体験したことのない動く映像図鑑の第1弾ザ・グレートピラミッド。
Guys will be getting to this game, don't worry about that.
ロンドンを舞台に
I will.
ある盗難事件が発生。捜査はあなたの手に委ねられた。ミステリー仕立ての映画の主役になりきり、場面場面に隠されたヒントをもとにあなたは事件を解決していきます。イギリス各地のロケ映像をふんだんに取り込んだ本格的インタラクティブ推理ゲーム第1弾 I Will.
I will. Okay, this is another edutainment game. This actually got released in English, by the way. This is a quiz game, but I would totally play this.
本田亮原作のエコノザウルスが行くをモチーフに
See, these are very old PC Engine graphics here. I don't even know, like, what's the laserdisc used for this game? I think it's just some little cartoons
今
and
世界が
stuff.
注目しているエコロジー問題に迫るインタラクティブクイズゲームの第1弾クイズエコノザウルス。
Quiz
環境問題や
Icanosaurus.
さまざまな不思議をテーマにあなたの頭脳に挑戦。
Is the
人の
Akuma no
心の
Shinban.
覗く知らない自分を見つける。デーモン小暮が鋭く分析する心理ゲームがパーティーを一気
It looks like the best game on the system, right? It looks like friggin' it's gonna be some awesome shit,
に
right?
盛り上げます。パーティーゲームの第1弾悪魔の審判。
悪魔の審判所へようこそ。
Akuma no Shinpacho e okoso. Yeah, except it's a 5-minute game where you just get some text and that's literally it.
それではここでもう一度それぞれのソフトをじっくりとご覧ください。
Alright, now we get some in-depth looks at some of these games, guys. What do you want the in-depth look of? Pyramid Patrol?
2035 AD. A huge and mysterious pyramid was discovered on Mars. It was built by aliens to be their headquarters for a massive invasion against the Earth. To prevent the plot, a special task force, the Siglod Delta Platoon, was ordered to seek out and destroy the pyramid.
Thank you, Taito. Thank you.
This is Delta Platoon Leader. All craft.
We don't really need to watch this because we've got better video of this. Not the full game. No one's good enough to have done the full game video, but we've got stages 1 to 4. We've seen that video recently with Pyramid Patrol. Cowatube, rating with the party of 52. Cowatube, welcome. Welcome, guys. Let's see here. Let's bring the picture up to here for a second. Welcome everyone. We're just getting started looking at some LASERACTIVE stuff here. The ultimate video game system. The ultimate FMV game system. You just had to pay a little bit of money to get access to these games, but let's look here now. Because we already sort of know it the best, so it's therefore a little bit of the blandest kind of... Well, you know what? Wait, I think they show... Hold on. What do they show here? So this shows... Yeah, we'll just
Prepare
skip
to
through
get
it. Hold on.
underway.
This is Twins Command. Affirmative.
宇宙戦
The
闘機を
pyramids
操り
at 10 o'clock.
So they show
will
some
illuminate.
gameplay footage of all these
出会えるも
games.
のとは何か。
What do they show of I Will? Oh, Great Pyramid, 9,800 yen. Everyone go buy it now.
インタラクティブ推理ゲーム第1弾 I Will
I will. I will.
ロンドンを舞台にある盗難事件が発生。オゾン博士の画期的な発明品が何者かに盗まれた。
You will not buy this. We'll see about that, Bionicles. We'll see about that.
博士の助手である主人公をプレイヤーが演じ、決められた時は必ず私に報告しなさい。
Look at this. It's got like an RPG. Bloody. Of course it's a Japanese game. So Japanese dudes went to London and they shot this footage, and it's kind of like this RPG adventure game thing, and you have to like choose your vehicle and go around. And there's money. Look at that. Wait, look at that. Look, there's money, gas, traffic, item. Look at the item thing.
各シーンに隠されたヒントやアイテムをいかにクリックするか、どう判断するかによってストーリーが展開していくという美しいイギリスの実写映像をふんだんに取り込んだ本格的インタラクティブ推理ゲーム。
インタラクティブ推理ゲーム。
ムービー中の会話は英語と日本語から好きな言語をチョイスすることができ、英会話の練習にも効果絶大。
So apparently the gameplay in this, like you drive around and then you click on a spot and then like it just cuts to like random footage that they've shot of different scenes, and you use a little cursor to try to click on scenes in order to get points, which I think is worth money that you then use on stuff.
B 面は女優原秀子さんのナビゲーションにより優雅なイギリスの旅が楽しめる。
There's also a freaking car FMV sequence with sped up footage. Alright guys, so low-key, I Will is actually my most wanted to play game on the system. This without a doubt is my most wanted to play game on the system. It looks, at first glance, it looks like it's going to be some boring edutainment or like either edutainment or, you know, just like a boring mystery, or it's basically just like scenic shots of London, like. But there's more to it than that. It's a freaking RPG with the little car and everything. It's literally my most wanted to play game on the system. We're going to look at it in more detail in just a second, because I promise you there's more to I Will than meets the eye. I Will.
クイズゲーム
Quiz Econosaurus.
エコノザウルス。
Alright, does anyone want to play the freaking quiz game? Does anyone want to spend all this money to get a laser display so you can play a quiz game that has PC Engine graphics?
オープニングやエンディングには美しい地球、豊かな自然を自然動画で収録し、ゲーム参加者に環境保護の大切さを視覚的、叙情的に語りかけ、またクイズの合間でアニメを効果的に使用し、環境に関わるメッセージ
There is an English version of this, by the way.
を分かりやすく訴えている。
Yay, quiz! You gotta get that. Okay, here's the bloody freaking fortune telling game again that tricks you into thinking it's amazing with this Geiger sets they've got.
パーティーゲーム悪魔の審判。デーモン小暮を案内役とした昨今若者に人気の心理ゲーム。人の心を覗く、知らない自分を見つける。何気ない質問を切り口に デーモン小暮が人の深層心理を鋭く分析し、あなたの心を
Like, the set that they've built here looks incredible. They've gotten like a million pipes. They've got like smoke machines and stuff. Like, it looks awesome. But it's literally like a couple minutes footage, and then the game is like 5 minutes of just text questions, and then it ends with like a little face of the guy talking to you, and then that's it. Like, it is so shit.
テーマは20。各テーマに約5問の質問を設定。1人から大人数まで楽しめ、一種のパーティーグッズ的な楽しみ方もできる新しいタイプのインタラクティブソフト。
If you're like a Japanese dude that's hosting a party and you want to get dude's fortune read, it's like, we're gonna bust in the bloody Akuma no Shinban freaking laser disc in my LASERACTIVE that I just bought. Let's get your fortune read. And then everyone's like, whoa.
さて今宵デーモン閣下の審判を受けるのは誰か。
悪魔の審判所へようこそ。いいか、よく聞くのだぞ。今から偽りの正義と道徳心で熱く覆われた汝の心を審判にかける。我が輩の魔力による審判。
I want his armor. I want like the big plastic sort of like Power Rangers bad guy type suits. Imagine making like a Power Rangers bad guy, like a Japanese Super Sentai bad guy suit.
Good choice.
Like just getting it commissioned for like freaking $5,000 or something, and then just walking around and wearing it in public is just, that's what you wear. Just like, why doesn't someone do that? Sampler info, thank you for the 3-year support. 3 years. There's a number of things, Pushhead. Laserdisc is really iffy and tricky. The bloody system uses both PC Engine and freaking Mega Drive. Like, there's barely any interest. Like, it's just so many factors. It's very hard to do something that has very few games that barely anyone knows about. Sneed, thank you for the 69 bits. Yeah, this guy's like a celebrity, right? With his band. This guy's actually in other games. This guy's in not B-Rap Boys. This guy's in DJ Boy, the Japanese version of DJ Boy. The American version of DJ Boy has some American radio guy instead. I think there's NES games based on this guy's band or whatever. Buy my game and shit. Alright guys, so if you want a 5-minute long fortune-telling Laserdisc game, be sure to buy this for 9,800 yen on the system that just set you back like 427,000 yen.
この後も続々と登場するソフトの中から一部をご覧ください。
Oh, Vajra. How can the game be bad when it's called Vajra?
Vajra.
Vajra. Alright, so Vajra is kinda cool. It's sorta cool because there's mechs and stuff. But...
未来都市ジオポリスを制圧する5体の空月と企業船バジュラに乗ったプレイヤーが戦うバーチャルリアリティ感覚の 3D シューティングゲーム。ゲームは5つのステージで構成されており、制限時間内に各
The use of FMV in this game with the Laserdisc background is pretty bland.
ステージに出現する5体の空月を破壊することが目的である。
Like, I'll show you guys a full playthrough of this later. Like, you guys can see just this game's a bit... Maybe not its full potential, but there's a sequel. There's a sequel, though. Is anyone excited by this little sprite flying around in front of the footage? Yes? Ah, good. Good, we can watch a gameplay. Angel Mate.
山本慎也監督を進行役とし、2種類のゲームで楽しめる ソフトアダルトゲーム。
Softo adulto game. So this is the first LASERACTIVE promo disc that they released, Pioneer. Pioneer is putting in the porno shit alongside the normal game shit, alongside the edutainment Great Pyramid shit, alongside where was this? Where was the freaking alongside the children's quiz game that you're supposed, like, parents are buying their kids to teach them about the ecosystem and stuff.
Opening.
Like this, like Pioneer's marketing is really on top of things here.
ポーカーとルーレットを使ってトップクラスの AV 女優3人と勝負し、彼女たちが負けると着ているものを1枚ずつ脱いでいくというゲーム。
Like, what's the target market for the LASERACTIVE? The target market for the LASERACTIVE is what, like, Japanese businessmen, like 35 to 55 or something? Who would be buying shit like this? I mean, the market in Japan at least would be a little bit younger than in America, because in America, this is even more like just a businessman dude that was buying his high-end Laserdisc player and like whatever the games were, it was just like, well, there's some games I can play on it, I guess I'll try them out because I'm just using money to buy all this stuff. It's not normal gamers that were buying this thing. Like, these are just very much gimmick things at a high cost. Which is really interesting because, like, again, the localizations here is like 1-to-1 with the Japanese. So this is like as close to just like the Japanese product or culture as you could get without any dilution. Like, they didn't Americify any of the releases in America or anything on the LASERACTIVE, so... But they also, you didn't get these games released in America, though, so...
プライベートの生活を LD ならではの美しい実写映像で楽しめ、しかも 35mm フィルムで収録したハイクオリティ映像。ゲームとアダルトの組み合わせで1人から大人数まで楽しめる新時代のアダルトゲーム第1作。
There's so many cheaper ways of just getting some freaking schoolgirl bullshit Japanese porno than buying this shit. Like, imagine the Japanese just like, whoa, oh, injure me to. Oh, I only have to buy the LASERACTIVE and then the PC Engine add-on. It's $1,000 and then $600 and then the game is like $100. That's all I have to buy and then I can get that. The freaking JB Harold games, very boring on this system. Oh, Space Berserker?
Space Berserker.
Space Berserker.
Space Berserker.
Seems very very sort of comfy for being Space Berserker, but...
宇宙オメガ193年、人類はついにエイリアンの攻撃を受けた。迎え撃つ地球連合軍。リアルな CG と演出でドラマチックに展開するスペースシューティングゲーム、スペースバーサーカー。
Yo, that's a really interesting advertisement for Space Berserker with just the calm music and there's the ships going off all peacefully.
スペースバーサーカー。
Like, that makes you fascinated to want to see what happens in Space Berserker, right? Right? It makes you want to see what happens in Space Berserker. I think Space Berserker got to be the game that we look into first, right? Okay, this is High Roller Battle. This is the shittest looking rail shooter on the system. Now, look guys, look, I know, like I'm saying, like Vajra doesn't look that impressive. This looks like shit. Like, if we've only got a couple of games and they look like shit, like, what's good about this system? Don't forget, guys, the Taito rail shooters are really good. There's only 2, but they're really sick, objectively, like Pyramid Patrol and Hyperion. We haven't seen Hyperion yet, but...
ビジュアルシューティングゲームハイローラーバトル CG 映像を駆使した
This looks so shit! This looks so shit! You guys don't understand how shit this game looks.
ヘリコプターによるバトルプレイヤーはヘリコプターのパイロットであり
Captain Clever, I'm resetting my opinion on Prince of Persia 2. I found out that jumping bullshit really is something that's just because it's not 1.0. Like, a lot of the problems, the stage design, the enemy location placement, apparently it's all because it's the pre-release version, not 1.0. So I have to reset my opinion of Prince of Persia 2, get original 1.0 discs that don't have a copy protection crack that breaks everything, and replay it.
訓練コースを得て実戦へ向かう
This looks so...
高速リアルタイムマッピングマシンの仮想 CG 映像を背景にリアリティの高い臨場感あふれる空中戦が体験できる
Okay, wait, enough of this. We're gonna do this. Alright, guys. We're gonna do this. We're gonna look at Space Berserker now. Because this is a very quick one. I'm not gonna do full Let's Plays. Well, Let's Plays. I'm not gonna do a full watch of the entire game. This is one of those games where there is like a full playthrough videos of this because it's very short and very easy, supposedly. What's the Prince of Persia 2 situation? Oh, DOS nostalgic. It's a long, arduous situation. Basically, everyone that plays Prince of Persia 2 is like essentially the version that's distributed the most and that people play is actually a pre-release leaked version of the game that's not version 1.0. But then the few instances of version 1.0 being distinguished and downloadable on the internet as well is broken with copy protection crack that's broken. It's just a mess. Like, but basically, like playing that common download version of Prince of Persia 2 leads to the controls and the stage layouts and stuff being way jankier and shitter than they're supposed to be. So the game made me go insane, and I declared it the absolute biggest piece of shit cinematic platformer I've ever played, but I'm going to give it another chance with version 1.0. I did originally play with version 1.0, but it was broken because the crack. There's just... You can tell because if it doesn't have footstep sounds, you have the pre-release version. And the pre-release no footstep sound version has broken jumping, so half the time you try to running jump, he just doesn't jump. It's so broken. Like, I went insane playing that shit. It was garbage. But anyway, we'll get back to that soon another time. Space Berserker. Look at this front of the Laserdisc case here. It looks incredible. Very Japanese layout here. We've got like an English story underneath. It's a very common sort of visual thing in Japan where they would have like an entire little paragraph in tiny text in English describing something's synopsis. Basically since the 80s with 80s Japanese games, they've been doing that on packaging. And if we look at the back of the box to this, over here, So we've got some CG here. There's a story about aliens coming or whatever. We've got profile of... Is it? Profile of Tina Gushiken, whatever it says there. It's not high enough quality to read. So this is a little bit of probably one of the cheapest action games you can get now on the LASERACTIVE, I would say. But that's for a number of reasons. So I think that this is the coolest sort of aesthetically looking game just from the packaging and everything as far as the rail shooters go. It's the coolest rail shooter in its prospect. It's called Space Berserker. It has this amazing cover. It's got cool ship designs. It's got a cool name. It's got a cool logo. It's cool, right? So let's actually check out what the deal is with the game. All right. Okay, so this game, by the way, this game is 15 minutes long. From the actual playtime of playing this game from beginning to end is 15 minutes. These videos, some of the videos like 20 minutes and stuff. 15 minutes. Guys, I get ads for this fake game. I get fake game ads. I need some fake games. I need some Hero Wars. So 15 minutes, not counting the intro and ending and stuff. Anyway, it's a Laserdisc, so it looks cool. There's something very, very interesting about this game I'll get to once we start the gameplay.
The year 183 of the Omega Space Calendar. The people of Earth have formed the Solar System Union, SSU. Using the most advanced warp navigation techniques, they have realized the long-awaited dream of travel out beyond the solar system.
By the way, a lot of these games were bilingual. You can change the language. So, if you bought the Japanese version or the American version, it didn't matter. You could change it Japanese or English.
The main job of SSU Earth Federation forces is to guard against interplanetary piracy. But outside the solar system, the multi-purpose battle carrier Odin is used for training recruits in simulated warfare. In Omega 193, war breaks out, and the fate of the solar system and the entire Milky Way galaxy hangs in the balance.
Space Berserk. You get this ghetto-ass frickin' Genesis title screen. You just put some graphics on the screen, it doesn't matter. It's pretty good. That is Millennia Altered Destinies, Knunton.
Valkyra Training Squadron. Complete preparations for launch.
Valkyrie Sigma Squadron. Permissions for launch granted. Keep your heads up.
Roger. The goddess of the Odin has spoken. Now act like this is the real thing. Now don't drop your guard.
Emergency warning activated. All Valkyrie squadrons return to base on the double.
Vulture leader to CNC. What's up?
SSU headed base on Pluto, attacked at 0819 hours Solar System Standard Time. Battle now underway, and sending data.
Who are they?
Not confirmed yet. Looks like they're targeting the Hades warp system.
Are they pirates?
Alright, we're 3 minutes into the 20-minute video now. The game hasn't started yet. It's a 15-minute game, chat.
Command and control, Valkyria Sigma Squadron ready for...
Something extremely appealing to me about, like, this high-end Laserdisc system to get these insane games that come on Laserdisc that have these cool-ass packaging, and it's just, like, essentially a 15-minute movie, and it costs, like, $120 just for the game itself. Like, it's something very appealing about that, even though from a gameplay standpoint, it's objectively shit, but, like, it's just so cool.
Take off.
Permission for takeoff granted. Good hunting.
All right, you trainees. Everybody's got it together? Move out.
But there's something about this game that actually makes it not that good a rail shooter. They botched it. This is a botched game. This is actually like... I've looked at lots of different reviews, lots of different people talking about it, lots of different videos, and they actually massively botched this game.
Take care.
We'll touch the enemy.
You can't see shit. There was like no proper coordination with the pixel artists or anything, and all the little sprites that are coming out at you just blend into the background completely. Like, you just cannot see shit. You just got this little reticle firing your Sega Genesis graphics into the video, and there's little static sprites coming out, and it's just busted, dude. Like, this is... as cool as the game is, and I mean, it's still, like, obviously something I would play through and think is cool, like, it is objectively, like, busted and sort of not a good showpiece of the LASERACTIVE compared to Pyramid Patrol. Pyramid Patrol was a launch title. This was not a launch title. Pyramid Patrol was a launch title on the PC, on the LASERACTIve. Can't see shit. Look, it looks cool. You're going into the thing. Again, like, a rail shooting FMV game like this is only as good as its footage. If the footage is boring, it's shit. If the footage is exciting, it's awesome. Is anyone sold on Space Berserker yet? I think it's cool, but it's pretty shit, isn't it? It's objectively shit, but I think it's cool. He's rotating around the thing.
Conan!
Oh, Conan, chat.
Life. To crush your enemies.
You're rotating around.
See them driven before you, and you hear the lamentation of their women. That is good. That is good.
Chat, what's up, chat?
Look, I know we left on bad terms yesterday. But we've both had time to think, and I just wanted to say, I'm sorry. Okay? We both can get mad, especially when danger is its own reward. There are men who will go anywhere, dare anything, okay? I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you have, do we need to buy a copy of Navy SEALs on Laserdisc to play on the LaserActive that I'm gonna potentially be getting eventually?
Headed space is alright.
Alright,
All right.
this is
Great job. Let's go for it next time, too.
That's the stage. We're 1/3 of the way through the game now.
We've got new data. All planes return to base.
Roger.
That was 1/3 of the
Here's
game.
the analysis of the wrecked enemy fighters we recovered.
Name Eggman. Yo, it's showing you the pic. This is cool lore now. You see, this is sick.
The enemy planes are equipped with energy field generators.
The music.
So that's it. That's why our lasers bounced right off. Next time we've got to switch over to heavy weapons.
See, this is sick. Like, this footage here makes up a lot for like how weak the game kind of is.
Reconnaissance Squadron reports enemy approaching for second attack. All pilots stand by for scramble.
Oh, the alien ships. It's their space berserking, dude.
Analysis of enemy main force ships now complete. Sending data.
The designs of everything in this is extremely similar to Philosoma on PS1, by the way.
Are we ready? This fight's going to be one between the battle wagons. We'll have a concentrated bombardment with supernova bombs. Attack and regroup.
These screens, these types of screens are so freaking awesome in these Japanese rail shooters like this. Starblade had a lot of screens like this as well.
Once you hit them, get back to the rear. After you finish the charge, attack in order. Attack starts when we get protective fire from the main guns.
You need a Laserdisc for charts like that if it's going to have that awesome cinematic, like, analog look, the way they animate and look and stuff. You need a Laserdisc. Can't see shit. Alright, this is like halfway through the game. If we just like go here, I don't want to spoil everything because I'm probably eventually going to be in a position to just play this and we'll have the full movie like 15 minutes to see what happens at the end. You see, it's sick. Eventually there's like a big alien mothership or something and you're shooting it. Like, yeah, it'd be pretty sick. See, you guys want to see what happens because it's like a movie. You guys want to see what happens. I bet there's going to be people that are watching it like off stream to see what happens themselves. I'm not going to watch it here because I don't want to spoil it. I've seen it in the past, but I forget it now. I'm not gonna watch it. But what I want to do is directly compare, like, sure, it's like so cool and stuff. Like, it's so much cooler than this, just from the packaging and everything. It's so much cooler than Pyramid Patrol. But Pyramid Patrol as a game is obviously just like way better. So Pyramid Patrol. Let's just directly compare them. Directly compare. This is really the difference, like, between Taito and other companies like this. I'm capturing properly. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. Like, I don't know which team specifically put Space Berserker together, but Taito was way more in the know with what they were doing.
This is Delta Platoon Leader. All craft prepare to get underway.
This is Twins Command. Affirmative. Good luck.
Let's go. Sensors indicate enemy spacecraft ahead of us. Assume combat formation.
Roger. Roger. Roger.
Fire!
Look at that! Can you believe it, guys? Could you imagine actually seeing the targets that you're shooting and you're just moving around a cursor and shooting targets that you can see on the footage? And of course, unfortunately, we don't have a full playthrough of this. I've seen this before. You go into the pyramid. The original version of that 3DO game that I played like a week ago. I like the HUD. The HUD looks pretty good. Doesn't look as good as the Space Berserker one, maybe. You got boss health bar.
At 12 o'clock, assume attack formation. We're going in.
Right? Got the little fan? Yeah. These freaking ships going into the pyramid.
Breakthrough! All units, this is Delta Platoon Leader. We're now entering BL-29.
This is Twins Command, Roger. Remember, be careful.
Anyway, shooting more targets. We know how this goes. Stage 3 is this stage with the heads that are shooting at you, which is pretty sick. Oh, you got a 1 up there. The score, like, did a little thing. Of course, we made the discovery that the 3DO version, despite using the same assets, they actually made new videos for that game, so it's basically a completely different game. It's a lot of places you'll see or read about where they say that they use the same footage, but that's not the case. Alright, and then this stage... This stage had to have a boss? Oh, this thing. Yeah, and that's as far as we see. So whatever the LASERACTIVE version of the Anubis last boss and shit was from the 3DO version, we don't get to see. Until I can freaking get it, potentially, and do a playthrough. So, that's, it's one of the better rail shooters. One of the better rail shooters, but let me show you some of the other rail shooters again. LASERACTIVE. Okay, so where is it? High Roller Battle. High Roller Battle, the helicopter game. Let's look at some proper footage of the game and see what it looks like. Well, the big difference there, Nintendo mode, is that in the early 80s, Laserdisc players were insanely expensive, but by this point, they were still insanely expensive, but a bit cheaper to try to put out a video game system that used Laserdisc like this. I didn't, Minoku. I don't think I streamed those games. There's emulators for those, though. The MSX Laserdisc games can be played pretty easily, I know of. There's a few of those I want to play.
In the South Atlantic, the island country J-Land is making plans to attack the West. A military surveillance satellite has...
Dude, I love how every single one of these games has the same kind of like freaking voice actor that they just found somewhere in Japan, because they're all Japanese games. They've always got these like very anime voices and stuff. It's so good.
It's building a secret military base and stockpiling arms. No political avenue exists for negotiating with J-Land.
Power is coming.
Outside the United Nations. The only thing that can be done is to keep them.
This is most definitely not Nigel Hodge. Nigel Hodge stands out a mile away. This is not Nigel Hodge here.
Eye on the situation by satellite. One summer, a scientific surveillance team confirms a launch facility for mid-range nuclear missiles being built on a base in the southeast of the island. The next year, the West...
Oh, those were the arcade versions, Minoku. I was playing arcade Badlands and stuff through Daphne.
Secretly dispatches a special unit to destroy the missile launch facility. But then, soon after dispatch, communications are cut. You are a high roller, a member of a top-secret helicopter attack team with many missions under its belt. It's X-Day, midnight, before sliding back into the dark waters.
Alright, guys, so... Getting access to military equipment like this and filming around it, I would imagine is pretty expensive. So how much of this game do you reckon is like archive footage?
The amphibious stealth landing craft Sea Shadow.
Do you reckon any of this footage is for the game?
Drops you on the island with an AH-1S battlecopter, weapons and ammunition. Welcome to Hell, High Rollers. As you know, the enemy is building a launch facility for nuclear missiles on their K-7 base. Your mission is to take over or destroy this facility before it can be completed. First, you'll have to destroy the enemy bases one by one. You'll start with the K2 base.
You'll start with the K2 base. Like... At least, like, Space Berserker, right? Space Berserker is kind of a botched game with, like, the colors and stuff, and it's, like, ultra short. But Space Berserker's definitely got a coolness to it. Like, there's a coolness where it's, like, a very specific, oh, that's cool, right? This easily looks like the blandest rail shooter on the system to me. I'll still play it. I mean, it's a LASERACTIVE game. There's only 30 LASERACTIVE games, and half of them are edutainment. So, like, I'll still play through this to completion. But this looks like the blandest use of Laserdisc you've ever seen for a game. Like, this is some bland shit. You guys better prepare yourselves. This is some really bland shit. This is Mega Drive graphics, so it, like, looks alright, right? This wasn't ported to the Sega CD, no. Sega CD has a different helicopter FMV game. What's up, Rick? This is your Laserdisc footage, guys. The blandest. Like Pyramid Patrol's got pretty good Taito CG. Space Berserker has pretty cool Japanese CG sci-fi shit going on. What is this? This is like, what is this? It's just so bland. The footage is all jerky, like the actual 3D render that they've put as the footage is like really low quality. Is anyone on the edge of their seat with this shit? What do you guys reckon of High Roller Battle? Guys, what do you think about High Roller Battle, chat? Anyone desperate to get a LASERACTIVE to play this? What are the chances that after like a couple of stages, because there's no full playthrough of this, like, that we can watch, but what's the chances that after a couple of stages it suddenly goes insane and there's like, you're going like into an alien base and there's like Geiger aliens and shit? Alright, that's a stage. That's a stage.
We knew you could do it, High Rollers.
Let's see what stage 2's like. Let's see a different stage.
High Roller Guy. Contact Casino Base on 202.5. Fly heading 299. Vector N 2799.W1587.
I don't know, Recyclable Psy, but I'm willing to buy heaps of games for this thing. Because there's not many games on it, so like it's very easy to get the games you want for the LASERACTIVE. Oh, did he game over? Some Japanese dude just didn't give a fuck. He was like, can we just release this shit? I'm not doing a better effect. It's a friggin' video footage of this shit little rendered helicopter. Let's just stretch out some explosion sprite and call it a day. Like, fuck it. Let's directly go from what's probably the blandest and shittiest rail shooter on the LASERACTIVE to the best. Let's look at Hyperion, which, of course, is Taito's follow-up to Pyramid Patrol. This is probably the best game on the system, like in terms of specific action game. This game looks amazing because it's just Taito doing really sick CG. It's still a video. It's high quality video though, because it's Laserdisc, so it's gonna, like, if you put Hyperion, like if this was on the PS1 or the Saturn, it would have looked like shit. If it was on DOS, it would have looked like shit. If it was on Windows 95, it would have looked like shit. You probably would have had to have waited till like DVD or something in like freaking 2000 or whatever to get a decent Windows port of this game, but of course they never ported it. But the game looks amazing on the Laserdisc. The audio is incredible. Hyperion. Let me show you guys what Hyperion looks like. There are full playthroughs of Hyperion. I don't really want to spoil the whole game. It's a longer game. It's actually 30 full minutes, this game. Not 15 minutes, not 20 minutes. This is a 30-minute thick and rich game. Hyperion. It's got freaking amazing Taito audio. Just, this game's pretty out of control.
One day, the situation depicted above dramatically changed, and all the preparations carried out over the years became meaningless. From out of the depths of space, a horrific energy bomb plummeted to Earth and annihilated all life on it. The only human survivors in the solar system were people living on space stations, and the future of human civilization was left in their hands. The annihilation of life on Earth was a severe blow to these people, but despite the depression that set in, they continued to raise children. The flame of human life continued to flicker.
Like, look how incredible this footage look. Like, if this was on PS1, it just would have looked like shit. But look how incredible. Like, look shots like this. Like, the freaking Laserdisc just
they
looks
continued
amazing.
to raise children. The flame of human life continued to flicker. However, the light of their destiny eventually appeared before them, a menacing threat to their fragile existence.
Pretty good story in this game.
The tempest began to rage.
Very disappointed that the narrator did not go Hyperion with like an echo effect and shit. Like, that's what it needed, dude. Gotta put it to easy. Alright, let's watch a full stage so you guys can see like just how amazing the audio and everything is in this game. The stages kind of get more insane as you go. I'll show you segments from the later stages, but we won't watch the whole thing. Oh, Taito went real hard into FMV. I think, I don't know if this game was made specifically for the LASERACTIVE or not. It might have been following up from Pyramid Patrol, but Pyramid Patrol was not originally a LASERACTIVE game. It was actually a ride that was for a big Taito, it was for like a huge Taito specific arcade cabinet where you go in this huge dome and it's like this Laserdisc video and you're going through it and shit. That's what Pyramid Patrol originally was. Taito had already used hardware like that in really huge dome-shaped cabinets for Galaxy Storm, I believe the game is called, which is not an FMV game, but it's like Afterburner on drugs pretty much. And also a game called Vertexer. Vertexer is this insane racing game that was only released in that special cabinet, and you can't emulate it, but it's like insane. It's pretty good. That's Galaxian 3 game tapes from Namco. Namco was way harder into computer graphics and CG FMV stuff than Taito was by far. Like Namco was the leader back then. I think they were like the #1 pretty much. Like this is like late 80s sort of era.
Good choice.
Yo, Val, thank you for the 50 months. Our laser should be with us then.
Airlock cover open.
So it's kind of like Pyramid Intruder, or yeah, the 3DO Pyramid Patrol, where you've actually got a ship that you control. But the quality of the CG here and the audio is really something special that's really a step above the other games we've seen. And in terms of gameplay, like the gameplay is definitely a little bit more when you're controlling a ship rather than just a cursor. I don't know which one would be the funnest to play. Like, I don't know if... Who knows, but the gameplay is what it is. I like these types of games. I think it'll be fun, but audio visuals is the key point here, of course, with this system. Oh, by the way, this is the only action game on the system that's 2 players. You can actually have 2 players simultaneously. God, the music is awesome. The music changed for the friggin' boss coming on screen. He just died in 2. I guess he's the mini boss. Like, let's just hear that again. Because it's a video, the music can be choreographed how it wants to be. That's pretty sick how they did it. Spencer Dinners, thank you for the 32 months. Spencer Dinners, appreciate it. of course, with Laserdisc games, you don't want the boss to be like a sprite. You want the boss to be FMV footage. So, FMV boss.
Good choice.
Leonardo Steinmetz with the 3 years. Thank you so much. Wow, look at this boss. It's incredible. Feel like this should have been an arcade game, but I mean, it could have been. Again, this could have been put in one of those special Taito cabinets, the Laserdisc player and shit, but it would have been a very niche thing. Anyway, this game's got the typical Japanese freaking chart readouts and shit, which look just as cool as Space Berserker. We gotta see that. The story segments.
To ensure the security of the rendezvous point for NSS forces and the Braxes.
Oh man, look at this! Mission 2, near side of the moon. All these English little readouts, all this detail that you can read quickly before it goes off screen.
Destroy the enemy's battleships which are rampant in the mountains of the moon.
You have to go into the moon. You have to go into the moon. Alright, so the stages kind of get completely out of control in this game from what I remember. I did watch this whole thing once, but I don't want to watch it again now because there's the non-trivial chance I could be getting a system. Oh, is this the boss? Let's look at the boss. Look at the boss! Alright, what else? Oh, what's going on here? Look at this. Stage 3, let's look at this shit.
Our ship is heading towards point 3109, which is at the battlefront. With HTL, we'll proceed directly to the rings of Jupiter.
I haven't played it on Wii, but I've played it.
We have engaged the enemy's ultra-fast battleships. Deploy battle formation 5.
Launching the hyperaxis.
Going into the warp? You have to use warp or something?
Don't bring the ship into contact with the outer margins of subspace. It may inflict serious damage to the body.
I can't stop watching this shit. What's that? That pixel art enemy was like a freaking rift in the vortex or something. Hey, this game's out of control. What happens when you get out of the rift? Oh shit, there's a boss! Alright. There's like, what, is this like a fleet? Always something out of control happening here.
Mental power. When
Oh shit! Inside a bloody interior location is the best shit. We gotta see this shit. I'm obsessed with like interior shit in these space rail shooters. Dodge the footage! Dodge the footage! Music! Violins and shit! Whoa! Footage! The footage! It's very suspenseful. Where do you go after this? Oh shit. Is this the megacore? Dude, the bloody cinematic operatic movie soundtrack here. What? You're going up into God? Are you gonna fight God? Maybe we have to stop watching here. Maybe we have to stop watching here. Do we watch any more than this? You have to go back. All right, that's probably the best rail shooter on the system. It looks pretty incredible. No ports of it. If there was ports of it, they would not do that justice. Like a PS1 port of that would have looked like garbage. There's such a huge differentiation in quality between Laserdisc and CD for FMV. But that's still not my most wanted to play game on the system. I really want to play some of those ghetto games like freaking High Roller Battle and Space Berserker. I of course want to play the good looking games like Hyperion. But the game I wanted to play most was neither of those. The game I wanted to play most was this. This is my most wanted to play game on the system. I will. Will you? I will. This is my most wanted to play game on the system. This is one of the most ignored games on the system. It's one of the most mocked games on the system. Anyone that buys this damn game never freaking played it. I've read reviews of this where they clearly didn't play it for more than 5 minutes. Yo, Icto94, thank you for the 10-month resub. I will. The girl on the stairs. No, not the girl on the stairs. Angel Mate will have to be for another time. I Will, which was made by the same dudes that made High Roller Battle, CRC Research Institute, which was a special company that was set up by Pioneer specifically to make LASERACTIVE games, but they only made like 3. One of them was the Pyramid Edutainment game, one of them was High Roller Battle, but their ultimate game was I Will. This game is so overpowered potentially in so many ways. There is a full playthrough of this from one dude that tried to finish the game. Apparently the game's like really hard to finish, but most people that play this only play it for like 5 seconds and they think it's just supposed to be some kind of edutainment, like seeing London sightseeing, that's it. This is not just London sightseeing shit. That is not what I Will is. I Will is probably the most insane shit. Yo, Duke Donuts with the raid. Duke Donuts. Duke Donuts coming in at a very special time here, right as I'm going to start talking about I Will. I will start talking about I Will. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? I'll play a crappy game sometime. I play it alongside some of the other games people have made, like Fractal Mind Mike's game as well. I have to set aside a stream to do all shit like that. Maybe play some of the Steam catch-up I gotta do as well. When's Duke Donuts gonna play Waterworld? Maybe Duke Donuts already played Waterworld, I forget. That was so long ago. I will, though. Okay, so I Will is in a very special game category because I Will is one of those Japanese games, just like Blue Chicago Blues, where they went to, like, they actually got footage from, like, actors that were not Japanese. They actually got English actors in this case. In Blue Chicago Blues instance, Blue Chicago Blues, 100% Japanese game, but they went to America and they got a whole American film production crew with their infinite Japanese money from their previous games, because Riverhill Software was a very wealthy game company. They did extremely well in Japan. They're one of the best-selling game companies. And they produced Blue Chicago Blues, which is one of the greatest FMV games ever, and it's just... the footage that they got from those American actors is just god tier. Like, it is amazing. I just cannot believe they did it, and the Japanese developers themselves wouldn't have known because they were not fluent in English. So a lot of those Japanese versions were dubbed, but the original footage with the audio and everything is amazing in that game. We have to play that again soon. I have to play it at least once a year, right? Did I play it last year? Did we do a Blue Chicago Blues? I don't know. But I Will is a similar kind of game. Not as much budget. I did. Well, I guess we have to wait till maybe mid this year to play it again, maybe. I Will is a Japanese team with much less budget going to London to film an entire adventure game with foreign actors that had no idea what they were in, probably. So it's similar to Blue Chicago Blues in that way. But there's a number of reasons why this game sort of appeals to me, but let's just start, like, by looking at the intro or whatever. Right? I Will LASERACTIVE. Alright? Let's just start by, like, looking this, and let's see what we got here, chat. I Will. My most wanted to play game on this damn system. Most wanted to play game. The full RPG shit going on, but we'll get to that. Make sure you get 2 enchiladas, Duke Donuts. So this is a game where, like, all the reviews, they just mock it. They've clearly only played it for 5 minutes, and no one knows what exactly this game is really, except for, like, 2 dudes that looked into it further, including me now, I guess. But we'll get to that in a second. Just 3 dudes, that's it. Look at this with the freaking full Japanese bloody RPG text. RPG text bloody, oh, this is actually a bigger video. Hold on. Very Japanese looking menus here. So good. I will.
Good choice.
Alex25, thank you for the 5-month resub. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. You know, everyone just hold on to your seats for a second, all right? Now, people like to make fun of FMV games for having shit acting, and usually people that don't give a shit and they don't play a game for more than 2 seconds, they'll be like, this is shit, oh, it's a stupid FMV game with cheesy acting, and even if it's a sick god tier game like freaking Inca or Hardline or some shit like that, like, Hardline has shit acting, but it's objectively a god tier game. It's like one of the most entertaining, incredible experiences. So like the common thing is just like, yeah, it's just a shitty FMV game with stupid acting. It's shit. Now, I get that. It doesn't stop me from giving a shit. The games can still be amazing. But I will say this. I've played a lot of FMV games. Played a lot. We played over 100 FMV games by this point. We're still playing more all the time. I love FMV games. This game has the shittest acting I've ever seen ever in an FMV game. This game has the shittest acting I've ever seen in an FMV game. Worse than Area D, yes. Area D is probably the second worst, the German game. This is the worst acting I've ever seen in an FMV game. But this is an interesting conundrum, because this is a Japanese game. Now, apparently, and we're gonna get to why I know this soon, but there's apparently the dudes that made this, or the actors didn't audition. The Japanese team put the game together, or they planned the game, and then they had a contact in London that set them up with actors that were not actors really, but had people that they could use immediately. And the Japanese developers didn't give a shit, because for the Japanese version it was dubbed anyway. They had no idea how bad the acting was. But it's dubbed anyway. They don't care. It's the most insane juxtaposition with this game's concept and how unbelievably cool this game is conceptually and like aesthetically in so many ways, contrasted with acting that's so shit that it inevitably overrides everything else and it's hard to ignore it. but you can ignore it once you get past this intro, because this intro is like, well, I don't know, well, I haven't seen the whole game. I specifically didn't want to spoil the whole game, but it's because, you know, like, you know what the Japanese are good at. The Japanese are good at these insanely, like, artistic, stoic, dramatic, emotional, all these kind of elements they want to put in these games and these stories and shit. But you contrast that with acting that's so shit, and they don't realize that the acting is that shit. And that is, like, the great juxtaposition of this game. Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you about the acting in this game. Let's watch it.
Quickly, Catherine. The Alpha Ozone, it's gone.
Oh!
I've been working on it for 30 years. I finally succeeded, and now it's gone. What are we going to do now at the International Clean Air Conference? Everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is going to help me find the Alpha Ozone for me?
I will. I'll get...
This fucking guy. If you guys missed it, this guy that's been working 30 years on the Alpha Ozone has been stolen. That was what was stolen in the intro. And who's gonna help him find the Alpha Ozone? But it's just, we gotta watch it again so you can comprehend.
Quickly, Catherine. The Alpha Ozone, it's gone.
Oh!
I've been working on it for 30 years. I finally succeeded, and now it's gone. What are we going to do now at the International Clean Air Conference? Everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is going to help me find the Alpha Ozone for me?
The way he delivers that line. Like, anyone in chat that's not a fluent English speaker, maybe a European or something, like, it's hard to understand just how bad this acting is unless you're like 100% native English speaker, really, but... You can just... Mark, thank you for the 100 bits. When he's like... Quickly, Catherine, the Alpha Ozone. I spent 30 years making it, now it's gone. 30 years, I finally perfected it, now it's gone. What am I going to do now? I'm so old. Is someone gonna help me find? And then he like looks at the camera, he's like, the Alpha Ozone for me. It's like, obviously he wants you to find it for him, but it's just the way it's delivered is just like, anyone in chat, any one of us could just do like a better acting job than this. Who is this guy? This guy is flat out fucked. Like, you could not have found a shitter actor. Like, you couldn't have.
Quickly, Catherine. The Alpha Ozone, it's gone.
Oh!
I've been working on it for 30 years. I finally succeeded, and now it's gone. What are we going to do now at the International Clean Air Conference?
He like stutters there. He doesn't know. He's like, what are we going to do now at the International Clean Air Conference?
Everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is going to help me find the Alpha Ozone for me?
That's the fucking best part. That final line is the best part. He's like, after 30 years he freaking lost the thing, and he's like, after 30 years, and now it's gone. And then he's just like, who is going to help me find the Alpha Ozone for me? Like, it's like he sobers up at the very end, where it's like almost like he's badly on purpose acting as if he cares about his thing, but he really just wants you to go get it or something. Like, it's hilarious, dude. Gotta watch it again.
What are we going to do now at the International Clean Air Conference? Everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is going to help me find the alpha ozone for me?
I will. I'll get it back for you.
But Catherine, it might be dangerous.
Oh, don't worry. There's two of us. Sherlock, you'll help me, won't you?
Thank you, Catherine. Oh, take these. I'm sure you will need them.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Catherine. Ooh, take these. Like, he does the ooh before there's even a gap. Like, he just does it straight away.
Thank you, Catherine. Oh, take these. I'm sure you will need them.
Thank you, Doctor. And don't worry, we'll find the alpha ozone for you. Now then, Sherlock, where do we start? Oh, let's see my father. He'll know what to do.
I will.
Well, of course.
This is just so fucked. It's so funny. So these dudes would have been surrounded by like a friggin' Japanese crew, right? And like they wouldn't have had much time because they were there for 16 days on the shoot apparently. So it's like, we just get some shit into the frame that's like British, so you got a big Union Jack, just put it in the background. Like this is the magic formula. This is what happens when you combine these cultures like this, where it's Japanese people setting all this up and doing the shit, and then the white people are acting it out. They have no idea what the fuck they're in. They probably thought they were in like some teaching English thing or something, but like, that's what makes it so incredible. Like, because it's Japanese people that did this, the freaking like set dressings and shit, the freaking, especially the like makeup. But we'll get to that in a second. Let's just watch it.
He's an undersecretary at the Department of Environment. He's been financing the project.
And those three other men who came to the lab with Mr. Nelson, they all knew about it too.
Yes, I've got their photographs here.
What are these blue, red and white parts?
I don't really know.
Can you tell me more about these four people?
Well, as I said, Mr. Nelson is at the Department of Environment. He's retiring at the end of the year. He's been most supportive throughout the project. And this man is Mr. Blazer. He's a property developer. He's currently very involved in the development of a...
Ekneem25, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Ekneem25, appreciate that.
An indoor leisure complex.
New
the alpha ozone is to improve the air quality.
It's a game.
And this is Mr. Flash.
Mr. Flash.
He's a newspaper photographer. He wanted to get a scoop on the alpha ozone story, but of course I wasn't interested. And Mr. Pound, he's a stock market analyst, specialising in new scientific developments. People call him Antenna. He's got this huge information network stretching right across the country. He's a strange chap. He always carries two umbrellas.
Good choice!
I hear they're all...
OmniGamer, thank you for the 67 months.
Very close.
Thank you, OmniGamer. Caribbean, thank you. Weird bootleg Monty Python. Bootleg Japanese Monty Python. It's just, I can't believe this exists, dude. I just cannot believe this exists.
Good choice!
This fucking game. I'm so obsessed with this fucking game, with the fucking LASERACTIVE, this game that everyone doesn't care about and says it's shit. This is my most wanted to play LASERACTIVE game. Liquid Flood, thank you for the gift sub to Stockmark. He's a Stockmark analyst, yes.
All very good friends.
I see.
Right then, Sherlock. Let's get going.
Catherine, if you get any leads with Sherlock, you've got to let me know.
Yes, Dad. We'll keep in touch.
This is called I Will. God tier game, secret god tier game of the LASERACTIVE. So now it goes into Japanese RPG mode where you can use either a taxi or a bus, and the difference is in the fare you pay and everything, because this game has so many underlying systems. I did not know about the underlying systems in this game until recently, because all the reviews and shit didn't play this game more than 2 seconds. They probably didn't even play it. It's only more recently that freaking people are starting to comprehend like the insanity of this game, but you can do a taxi or a bus at the beginning to drive around London. You just pick a bus and drive around. This is like using money. Money's a currency. There's a whole RPG menu in this thing, which this guy's probably not going to show, but you basically have to go to locations to find clues. Everything's really obscure. Apparently trying to progress on in this game is like really, really hard. But just for what I've pieced together from some videos, and there is a full playthrough of this, but it's abridged. It's like the only person that actually tried to finish the game, and there's like an abridged version of the playthrough. I haven't watched that because I don't want to spoil the game. I don't want to spoil the game, but I've seen plenty of pieces of it. And we're going to see plenty of pieces of that in a different video, which is a more recent video that has barely any views, but it's the first video that properly exposes the truth about this game. And the guy that made it was a guy that used to not give a shit about the game. He was like, fuck it. He's even got older LASERACTIVE videos where he's talking about the LASERACTIVE and he completely just ignores I Will. And he's like, screw this shit. And then he did this long, crazed video where he's like, I started investigating I Will and I just became obsessed. And then he actually contacted the developer. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. But Trachea144, thank you for the 9 months. So you drive to different locations, and then it goes to this sightseeing footage, which is not stock footage. It was actually shot by the Japanese crew that went to London. And you just have to find hotspots to click on shit in order to get points. And the points can be used like at the bank to trade for money and stuff. You can like visit the bank. There's so much more to this game than you think. And there's actually like an insane narrative story progression of this game, which we'll get to as well. Like, this is not just even though the intro was so simple and so basic, outside of like the hilarious acting, it's just like such a simple story. But there's actually more to the story that makes it super interesting. Way Out West.
Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. You've got to watch it, Burb. If you think this is hilarious, you're in for something special.
Yeah, but that's probably not a freaking sick bloody Japanese game with a freaking RPG walking around and shit, right? Thank you, Way Out West, for 250. The City of London. So yeah, now it's just this footage that's taped together where you have to find hotspots to click on shit. And sometimes you can talk to people. Dark Place is intentional. If it's intentional, it's not funny anymore. But like, that's the thing about this game. Sure, the acting is the worst acting I've ever seen. It's the worst and funniest acting I've ever seen in an FMV game. But the actual interest factor of the game legitimately, like the legitimate what is this game, is amazing. See that? The hotspot was the horse, and he's getting like 5 points. There's a score pop-up of how many points you're getting.
I said, give me the brandy!
Exodyne, thank you for the 250 bits. So old now, who will help me find?
I'm so old now. Will someone play this game so I can see how amazingly hilarious it is?
Look, I'm going to be talking about this game for a while. Chudley, thank you for the 100 bits. Bank Station, by the way, Bank Station. Not enough information. So there's this really obscure system in this game where if you click on stuff before you've supposed to click on it, it says not enough information, because apparently there's like a linear sequence where you have to click on things in the right order for new stuff to happen. The umbrellas. He's getting points. Have you been to the Tower of London yet? So this is actually Mr. Pound from the intro where they were talking about the guy that has 2 umbrellas. This is actually him, and he gives you hints of like where to go. So there is guidance somewhat where like he's supposed to, he tells you stuff and you go to where he says or whatever. And obviously most of these are just random people, but characters like him would have been set up by the Japanese dudes that were making it to be an actual character. So here's the bank. So in order to go to the bank to change KP into money, you have to click on the bank for the few seconds that it's on screen. You better not miss it. This game has insane mechanics behind it. It's not just like a few things. There's a lot of mechanics. There's freaking, you have to get these special points that you trade for money, and then money is used for your freaking vehicle expenses and shit. And eventually you unlock other vehicles. The freaking driving around is so funny. So good. Alright, so here's another location where there's stuff to click on. I don't think you unlock different actors. Well, maybe you did. Yeah, I don't think you want to be honest. Catherine and you have got a most important thing which will help you solve the mystery. So this is like the first trigger point you're sort of supposed to find, and it's not descriptive, like it doesn't say what you found, doesn't tell you. So you have to find all of these, take them back to the police inspector father of Catherine in order to progress the story. So this is how you're doing the detective case. You're walking around, you're clicking on stuff. Sometimes you might find a thing which you help you solve. It's pretty good. Buzz.
Dad, look what we've got.
Isn't this Nelson's flagship, HMS Victory?
Do you think there's some sort of meaning to it?
That's it! You click the thing where it literally says we found something important. It doesn't tell you what it is. You go back to the inspector and it's like, look what we've got. And it's just this model of a ship. And it's like, do you think it's important? And he's like, And then that's it. So what that's done is that's actually unlocked the next trigger of the next thing to find to show him. It's literally the progression. Look what we've got. This is just a random thing we found. It's probably related to the missing ozone formula. Look what we've got. No explanation. No points. Apparently this thing was in this guy's ass. You've got a most important thing which will help you solve the mystery. You clicked on this guy's ass. Okay, Okay, go back to the police inspector. Let's see what he says about this. Look what we've got now.
Dad, look what we've got.
It's a lion. I've seen this somewhere before.
Alright. Where do we go next? I don't know. Let's try somewhere else. Look what we've got. That one with the ship is so funny. Wait, let's watch that again.
Dad, look what we've got.
Isn't this Nelson?
You literally just found it on the streets.
This flagship HMS Victory.
Do you think there's some sort of meaning to it?
So the thing is, when you're driving around in the RPG mode, there's actually a menu that you can bring up that shows your inventory. So I'm guessing that these items at least show up in the inventory when you get them and you could see them there. Except it's so hard, like no footage of this game, but he shows the damn inventory with all the mechanics. There's a time limit. There's like a limited time, and that's why what vehicle you're using matters. There's like so many mechanics to this bloody game, but we gotta watch this again quick.
Quickly, Catherine. The Alpha Ozone, it's gone.
Oh!
I've been working on it for 30 years. I finally succeeded, and now it's gone. What are we going to do now at the International Clean Air Conference? Everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is going to help me find the Alpha Ozone for me?
Just find someone else to act better than that. I can't believe, like... Again, the Japanese don't care because they just dubbed him anyway. They don't care about the English version. They probably thought the English version was fine. They don't know. Like, just... let me do a performance now. Let's see if I can do better acting than that. Quickly, Catherine! Quickly, Catherine, the Alpha Ozone, it's gone! What? The Alpha Ozone! Well, I was working on it for 30 years, and now it's gone! Just something, like, not this!
Quickly, Catherine. The Alpha Ozone, it's gone.
Oh!
I've been working on it for 30 years. I finally succeeded, and now it's gone.
Now it's gone.
What are we going to do now at the International Clean Air Conference? Everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is going to help me find the Alpha Ozone for me?
So... again, who knows what they thought they were in? They probably didn't know what the heck they were in. They probably, because they're surrounded by this Japanese crew. There's Japanese hair and makeup, because you can tell straight away that there's Japanese hair and makeup on the staff here, because this guy is made up to look like an anime. Like, it's 100% Japanese. They've made him look like an anime mad scientist, like a Dr. Wily type, a Dr. Light. Like, he's like been animeified. The girl is like the exact like freaking Japanese aesthetic they're like looking for. The way she's made up with the hair and everything as well.
Thank you, Catherine. Oh, take these. I'm sure you will need them.
Thank you, Doctor. And don't worry, we'll find the Alpha Ozone for you.
This freaking the bloody anime scientist they put on this dude. So apparently this guy, according to the other video, which we're going to watch in a second, of the dude that actually researched this shit, this guy used to be a police inspector, and for some reason he was the one chosen to be the actor, and the actors were pre-chosen by a contact that the Japanese crew had in London.
Now then, Sherlock, where do we start? Oh, let's see my father.
Credits have a stylist and a hair makeup artist. Yeah, it's like 100% Japanese, all the makeup and shit.
He'll know what to do.
The Japanese would have been fully into this woman. They would have been like, whoa, attractive woman. She's got like the perfect look for this shit. The dude is so funny. Like, Okay, where am I at for all the things I need to discuss in explaining this game at more than a surface level? Because now I've explained all these different factors. The normal explanation you'll see if you see this game offhand would be just someone laughing at it for 2 seconds saying, I will, it's this weird, like, just sightseeing tour thing. I want to at least teach people about this game properly so you understand. You've seen the RPG shit, at least some of it. So now the actual story part of this. The story seems so disjointed and non-existent. It's like we're doing a detective. It's like detective shit. What, we're finding random thing, and then you go back to the father of Catherine where she's like, look at what we've got, and it's a random object, and that unlocks the next secret point that you're supposed to click on. Like it doesn't really have much, but the promise of what this has conceptually, or at least visually, is extremely, extremely interesting to me for a number of reasons. One of the reasons is that apparently the plot progression in this game is actually crazy, and you eventually get a license, or like the girl gets a license or something, so that you get like a car, so that you have access to the petrol, and then you drive around like the car, which is the third vehicle, but it's your own car. You don't have to pay a fare because paying the bus or the taxi or the bus costs money. So that's a gameplay element that comes with its own like FMV stuff. Eventually, apparently, you go to a casino. There's like a casino where like you go with the girl, and the girl is like dressed all skimpily and shit, and you go to the casino together. That's a part of the game, and you like gamble your money. So that's in the game. Apparently, if you run out of money, you can get a part-time job. There's like footage of you like washing dishes and shit. Like, this is real. This is like, at the start you wouldn't think that all this interesting shit is in the game, but it is. Like, and then there's another element to the game later on, which I'm not going to mention just yet, which is like galaxy level, which we'll get to in a second. Before we get to that video, which I guess is what we have to move on to next, the actual like
I do for you, Jim.
I said give me the brandy!
Aesthetic of this game, if you can look past the funniest acting in any FMV game ever.
Quickly, Catherine, the Alpha Ozone, it's gone. I've been working on it for 30 years and I've finally succeeded, and now it's gone. What are we gonna do now? The International Clean Air Conference, everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is gonna help me find the
Who's
Alpha
gonna help me
Ozone
find
for
the
me?
Liquid Flood, thank you for the 250 bits. I should make an alert, shouldn't I? I should make an alert. So yeah, it's this really cool high concept quasi RPG adventure game that's burdened with this acting that's so shit that a lot of English speakers won't play the game more than 2 seconds. They'll just laugh at the acting and that's it. But a lot of the people that are laughing at it probably don't even realize that it's like a Japanese game, and that's kind of what makes it most interesting because of these juxtaposition of these events. So if you look past how funny that acting is, it's visually kind of extremely sick, and I don't know why no one talks about this. No one talks about this. It's not mentioned anywhere. I don't want to spoil the story. I'm not going to watch the abridged long play to spoil the story or anything. I found like some review on a Sega website where it was like, it read like the guy had played the game for about 2 seconds. He gave the game 0%. It read like he had played it for a grand total of about 2 to 5 seconds, and he's got a picture of this cover art, and the caption of the cover art is just like oh, what's it say? It's like, oh, just the power of stock motion of stock photos. The caption is like stock photos, lol. Like, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. He doesn't even have eyes apparently or something, but I don't know why more people don't talk about the obvious in this game, the whole like framing of this game, the whole thing that the Japanese developers are trying to make really cool about this game. Obviously, they're not stock photos because these are photos that are taken by the team that went over there, and maybe you wouldn't know that, but if you look at it a little bit closer, you'll see something a little bit different. It's the fact that, yeah, like, Exactly. The whole game is framed around this character of Mr. Pound, who was just briefly mentioned in the intro. He's actually all over the cover art. He's the game. Like, look at this shit. Like, if, like, in the corner, he's holding the two umbrellas. One of them he's holding down, one he's, like, got open. That's a really awesome shot. Like, that looks so cool. This, like, artistic sense that these Japanese developers have. The dude with the two umbrellas is what this whole game is framed around. This, like, look at this shot, dude. Look at this with the umbrella dude just standing there with this awesome side shot. And then there's this shot of him just like there. The whole game has something to do with this two umbrella guy. And it's like this really cool sort of like stylish framing for the entire thing itself. And like no one talks about this. It's the umbrella guy, Mr. Pound. He was in the thing. Wait, where was he? Where was he? Yeah, there he was.
Photographer. He wanted to get a scoop on the Alpha Ozone.
Yeah, like again, it's basically like anime. Or he's like anime. It's kind of also almost gives you a sense of almost like a G-Man from Half-Life, the mysterious character that's just always in the landscape. Is he real? Is he like supernatural? Like what is he? Is the mysterious character? That's what this game is like all about.
But of course, I wasn't interested. Mr. Pound.
Yeah.
He's a stock market analyst.
That's him.
Specialising in new scientific developments. People call him
He's all over the cover art with his two umbrellas.
Antenna. He's got this huge information network stretching right across the country. He's a strange chap. He can always carry his two umbrellas. I hear they're all very close.
So now I'm fascinated with the story of what happens with Mr. Pound. If he's always standing around in the scenery. Like, some of those shots, I was looking at some of the shots. Some of the shots, he's like standing in the distance and he's actually there and it's like a secret. He's like, Mr. Pound is standing there with his two umbrellas. Like, what? Is that him? He's like the G-Man from Half-Life. So, like, that is an awesome part of this game that's got me even more fascinated, let alone all the other shit. This game's got layers. It's like an onion. The game's got many layers. Now, if we go back to the very start of the intro before you're flabbergasted by the acting, the game, right from the beginning, makes it very obvious that Mr. Pound is the thief. Right from the beginning. This is literally him right from the beginning. The whole game is about this umbrella guy from the beginning. You just don't realize it. I mean, it could be a trick, but he's wearing the same shoes. He's got the same shoes, the same socks, the same like suit pants. It's the same, like it's framed around Mr. Pound doing the friggin' crime at the beginning. The music is amazing, by the way. He's got the same, like, he's got the bow tie, the white shirt. And then he's just like, so this guy, they've made it obvious, at least to anyone that paid like half attention with their brain. Mr. Pound is all over the cover art. The coolest looking shot, the biggest photo, the whole center is him on the side. That is such a cool shot. Like, look at that, where he's just standing there on the side looking forward. Like, it is legitimately fucking sick, dude. It is such a sick character. It's like, it's the single coolest like part of this whole game with the character and everything. It's like, what happens with him? Now, sure, it might not have any payoff. Maybe you play through the game and it's just shit and nothing really happens. But he's still like, he's got to be something because he's appearing throughout the game. Anyway, now let's move on to the main video about this game. which is the guy that actually became obsessed with the game, even though he used to write it off as a piece of shit. Greg Sowett. This video is from 8 months ago. Greg Sowett? This video only has 600 views. This guy actually found the developer. He tried to finish the game. He couldn't finish it because the game's so impossible to finish. We're gonna get the whole story here. Like, look at this. Well, I guess we're gonna have to change our aspect ratio here. And you'll see from here a lot of the other cool shit that happens in this game. Oh. Greg Seward.
Hello and welcome to Generation 16, the series that showcases the history of Sega's Mega Drive. I'm your host, Greg Seward. Of the 3 Mega LD launch games on the Pioneer LaserActive, one stands above the rest due to its ambitious scope, unique subject matter, and, unfortunately, its inscrutable play mechanics and amateurish presentation. It's finally time to take a look at I Will.
So this guy originally made a different LaserActive video where he completely goes, ignores I Will, and he just says it's shit, just like the average person would. But during during some point, I guess he realized that there's more to the game. Like, I realized that there's more to the game, and then he became obsessed and did this video.
Will, the story of London. Let's get started.
Guess we can make it smaller. Not yet, TDX. I want to. The Genesis one, that is. Oh, I forgot to mention as well, but we'll see it here probably. The title screen is the Umbrella guy as well. The title screen is Mr. Pound. The game makes it a point of him being the red thread throughout the whole game. The title screen is him.
By the time the Pioneer LaserActive hit the market in 1993, Laserdisc games were nothing new. Almost all of them up to this point, however, had major drawbacks. In arcades, Laserdisc games were Twitch games, meant to be played in very short bursts, usually based on pushing a button or direction at the right moment in order to jump to the next video file. This was designed to entice players with fast-paced gameplay, but also lead them to die fast and motivate them to feed more coins into the machine. With CD-ROM drives finding their way into home computers in the 90s, not to mention add-ons for the TurboGrafx-16 and Genesis, multimedia games in the home were nothing new either. On the plus side for the format, the need to keep churning players through a game was less of a priority since they'd already paid for the experience up front. But the major downside was that digital video on CD-ROM just didn't have the same fidelity as the analog video found on Laserdiscs. Plus, the memory footprint for
MD Capo, thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Appreciate that, MD Capo.
full motion video was so big that corners had to be cut in order to stay within the capacity of each disc. This wasn't an issue for the LaserActive. Each side of the disc featured enough capacity for an hour's worth of full-screen, high-quality analog
Retroverse, thank you for the 29-month resub. Howdy to you as well.
video. And even if a developer managed to use every last bit of that space, it didn't encroach on the 540 megabytes reserved for digital data one bit. Truly the best of both worlds. Game designer Hajime Nakamura and the team at CRC Research Institute saw an opportunity in those advantages. While they wanted to make something akin to an interactive movie, the data storage and architecture of the Pioneer LaserActive would allow them to realize Pioneer's desire to create something with more depth. Something closer to a role-playing game, with story progression and longevity that went beyond finding the right path through 20 minutes of animated video clips. After kicking around a few different ideas, the team settled on a Sherlock Holmes-style mystery set in and around London, England. The story, well, just watch.
Alright, guys, I know you want to watch it again. You... Right, chat? You want to watch it again, don't you? You want to watch it fucking... Here he comes! Here he fucking comes, this fucking...
Quickly, Catherine. The Alpha Ozone, it's gone.
Oh!
I've been working on it for 30 years. I finally succeeded, and now it's gone. What are we going to do now at the International Clean Air Conference? Everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is going to help me find the Alpha Ozone for me?
I will. I'll get it back.
Like his eyes, a lot of the acting that makes it so funny, in my opinion, is his eyes. His eyes are just so bored. There's no emotion, no nothing. It's like, who's gonna help me get it back? Like, just the look in his eyes makes it so funny. Fresh Curse, thank you for the 48 months.
For you?
But Catherine, it might be dangerous.
Oh, don't worry. There's two of us. Sherlock, you'll help me, won't you?
Thank you, Catherine. Oh, take these. I'm sure you will need them.
Thank you, Doctor. And don't worry, we'll find the Alpha Ozone for you. Now then, Sherlock, where do we start? Oh, let's see my father. He'll know what to do.
Okay, so the game doesn't make an amazing first impression. Dr. Ozone's large area ozone generator has been stolen. His assistant, Catherine Holmes, has decided to team up with you, the player, Sherlock Bond, in order to find it in time for the upcoming
Yeah, nice names on the two leads.
scientific conference. With £500 sterling in pocket and some extremely cryptic clues from Catherine's police inspector dad, you're off into the various boroughs of London to search for clues. So there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, yes, the acting is atrocious. I think
you mean amazing.
Particularly love how Dr. Ozone doesn't seem to know what to do with his hands and is painfully aware of the camera in this opening scene. At some nondescript point during this sequence, the camera view becomes a first-person lens for your main character, so maybe Sherlock Bond was in the room when Dr. Ozone was speaking to Catherine in his poorly lit lab?
I think that is the intention.
None of this is a surprise, though. While the team spent a lot of time planning I Will, the actual shoot in England took a grand total of 16 days.
Lord Dax, thank you for the 200 bits. This game is gonna be like this. I'm obsessed with this game, and that's why that's why I'm spending so much time talking about this game, because you guys need to know how insane this game is.
According to Nakamura in a 1994 interview, the actors didn't audition. They were.
He's talking about this 1994 interview with this developer. I don't know where this is from. I gotta find it.
Actually sourced by a friend living in the area. The Doc Brown-like Dr. Ozone was played by a former police inspector, while Catherine was played by a local stage actress. Almost all indoor scenes were...
They got like a local police inspector? This dude was a police inspector. Like, isn't that pretty hardcore? And he's acting in this freaking game. Is hilarious.
Filmed inside the same 400-year-old castle, and you can tell by looking at them that there wasn't a whole lot of time for set dressing and lighting. Once you're through the introduction, you head out into the city of London, and things start to change. While the acting is still a bit spotty, the footage of London itself is generally quite nice. Travel and sightseeing laserdiscs were a thing back in the 90s. It wasn't uncommon to find discs devoted solely to topics like the scenic wonders of America, or a guided tour of the Musée d'Orsay in Paris. In fact, the existence of these discs is partially what dictated the setting for I Will. When I spoke to him via email for this video,
This guy somehow contacted and spoke to the lead designer of I Will on the LASERACTIVE.
Nakamura stated,
shoutouts to Greg Sewett,
that tourism discs for big American cities seem to be common, but not so much for European countries. He'd fallen in love with London during a trip there in his 20s, and so jumped at the chance to showcase it in this game. There's Hajime in Trafalgar Square. The B side of I Will serves.
Yeah, also click something there, you get unexpected money, £200. It's stupid and ghetto, but I actually like this gameplay element of just clicking on freaking hotspots in this footage. I mean, it might get infuriating, as it supposedly does, but it's kind of interesting to me gameplay-wise.
This is a more traditional travel disc, reusing all of the location footage from the game, along with narration in both English and Japanese, describing the sites and their history.
12-year-old King Edward and his brother, the Duke of York, murdered so that Richard could fulfill his nefarious ambition of the throne.
But let's get back to discussing the game. Before you ever get to see any of the scenic footage, you first need to get there. This is done via the game's overhead map. Of the 3 Mega LD launch titles, this is the first thing we've seen that resembles a traditional console game circa 1993. While Pyramid Patrol and the Great Pyramid use the Genesis hardware for subscreens and score overlays, I Will uses it to create an entire overworld. Nakamura stated in that 1994 interview that this was totally intentional. We wanted to respect the types of screens that would be found in an RPG and made those screens feel much more like traditional Sega games. There's actually a lot going on in this overworld screen. In order to travel around London, you initially have access to a double-decker bus or a cab. The bus is a bit slower, but the fare is cheaper. The taxi is faster, but more expensive. Eventually, you'll gain access to a Ford, which you can drive as far as you like as long as you can afford the gasoline. But
so the car that you get later on lets you access other areas because the others are limited areas.
Doesn't appear until later in the game. The main takeaway here, though, is that there are a fair number of...
Look at this! Money, time remaining, KP points. That's the special clicking points that you can use them. Like if you go to the bank, you can cash in the KP for money and stuff. Gas, which I guess is specifically for the car that you get, but you only get that later on once you get a driver's license or whatever. Traffic just means what vehicle you're using. Language, and then item. So the item here, there is actually some icons that he's got here. So this full RPG bloody menu thing that you rarely see with footage of this game. But it has feedback for items that you have and stuff.
Systems underlying the gameplay. Yes, this is a full motion video game, but with a level of depth that we weren't really used to in the genre thus far. With a limited amount of money and time to uncover what happened to the ozone generator, you actually have to pay attention to a couple of resources. What's more, as days turn to night, you'll need to stop and rest. This can be done at Catherine's house or in a hotel. Not much of London is available to explore at first, which is by design. Nakamura said in our conversations that his desire for I Will was a lengthy playtime, and that opening up too much of London right off the bat would have created too much confusion for the player. Upon entering one of the locations available, you're usually presented with the aforementioned sightseeing footage, along with an on-screen magnifying glass.
Sherlock, let's see what we can find in a place like this.
Sherlock.
As you wander around the screen, the glass will eventually light up. You found a hotspot.
It's by far the most ambitious Laserdisc game, let alone Laserdisc game that's on the freaking LaserActive.
Tapping a button now will either earn you key points.
There's the freaking double umbrella guy. He's everywhere. It's such a captivating freaking thing about the game. He's on the cover art, and I don't even think this guy, the dude, this dude's awesome for freaking making this video. But even this guy doesn't talk about the fact that this dude with the 2 umbrellas is all over the cover art, and he's clearly shown as the dude at the beginning who's potentially stealing the thing, and he's on the title screen. This mysterious guy is the main sort of red thread of the game.
Interest, such as a character you need to talk to or one of a handful of collectibles required to advance the plot. But this is where things start to fall apart in I Will. As you've probably noticed by now, there are almost no indications of what is actually a clickable object during these short video clips.
Yeah, the weird freaking shit that the character says, KP is important in this game anyway. Yep.
Sure, every now and then you'll see something that's very clearly important.
Give me the brandy! Yeah, look at all the score he's getting from clicking on the bloody golden statue here, 20 apiece. You're Mr. Radon.
Did anyone ever figure out how to play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective? I
Probably
had
not.
that game as a kid and it smelled like newspaper, but smelling the game is as far as I could ever progress in it. This game looks sick.
Was that a Sega CD game, I'm guessing? I haven't played that one yet.
Like Mr. Flash here, who turns to the camera and introduces himself.
Mr. Flash.
Hi, I'm Mr. Flash.
And Mr. Flash was in the intro as well as one of the, like, suspects or whatever. There was, like, 4 suspects, and Mr. Pound was, like, the last one. But obviously the whole game's about freaking Mr. Pound.
But otherwise, gameplay in these areas consists of sweeping across the screen in the...
That's him!
...hopes that your cursor lights up and that you're fast enough to...
He's literally hidden in screens. Like, if you guys see Mr. Pound... Like, is he in the background? What if he's secretly in every shot?
But otherwise, gameplay in these areas consists of sweeping across...
Like, I'm obsessed with this part of the game, especially with, like, how sick the cover art is with him standing there so ominously on the side. How am I the only one that notices that he's the red thread of the game and no one else talks about this sick visual concept in this game? Like, how does no one notice this?
Across the screen.
He's standing there. He's literally the G-Man from Half-Life.
Hopes that your cursor lights up and that you're fast enough to tap the button before whatever triggered it disappears or scrolls off.
I'm the only one that can see him. Like, shit.
Screen. Some scenes in particular are crazy. Like, I'm pretty sure I need to click on this gas station, but it goes by so fast that it's next to impossible to hit it. A controller with a turbo feature is almost required for iWill. The key point resource hunting causes further confusion when you click on something or try to go to a location you aren't able to access yet. A cryptic, not enough information warning pops up on the screen. The game's manual specific...
He was... Did you see him? He was there again. Maybe he's I wonder if he's clickable in all these scenes and he says, like, a hint or whatever.
The screen.
There he is.
Game's manual...
The 2 umbrellas, they just, like, they had this guy, this Japanese crew, they were freaking driving this guy around to make him walk like this in all these scenes, to hide him in all these scenes.
Specifically defines key points as items that are required to obtain an information point. So I have to believe I'm not the only person to assume that just obtaining more key points is the catalyst for unlocking these spots where I need more information. Not so.
Not enough information. Like, that's what the text was translated from in the Japanese version as well, so it's not a bad translation. It's like they could have just made the game so that instead of saying there's no information, say like you can't use this yet or you can't be here yet or something. It should just say that.
It turns out that progression in iWill hinges almost entirely on discovering clickable spaces in the proper order. Normally, finding an object hidden in a scene and then returning to show it to Catherine's dad will move the story forward. Though, just like everything
Catherine and you have got a most important thing.
Else in this game, his hints are way too cryptic to be helpful most of the time.
Look at what we've got. Oh, it's a ship.
Dad, look what we've got.
Isn't this Nelson's flagship HMS Victory?
Do you think there's some sort of meaning to it?
So here's the deal. None of these mechanics are ever properly explained in the manual. As it turns out, key points aren't good for anything except as currency. You can use them in the business district to exchange for cash if you're ever getting low on funds. There are actually indicators regarding what things are clickable when you visit different locations, although this is never explicitly explained. Apparently, you're generally looking for blue or red objects. I didn't learn any of this from the game's instruction or in-game hints, but rather by tracking down the designer of the game almost 30 years after it was...
That was him again facing away.
Learn any of this... Apparently, you're generally looking for blue or red objects. I didn't learn any of this from the game's instruction or in-game hints, but rather by tracking down the designer of the game almost...
Nelson's flagship is in Portsmouth. You should go and look at it. So that's the hint for, like, before you get the ship, which is in that other thing. Facing away from the camera with the 2 umbrellas. So sick.
30 years after it was published and asking him for help. Once I was armed with this knowledge on subsequent plays, I did happen to notice this blue dot on the otherwise black and white picture of Mr. Nelson, and Catherine does make a passing mention about blue, red, and white parts when the photos first appear, but Dr. Ozone downplays their significance immediately.
What are these blue, red, and white parts?
I don't really know.
As far as I can...
It's so funny that there's like this bizarre, insane galaxy brain with this freaking like strange character that's hidden in half the shots in this shit that's got the funniest and shittest like acting ever by these Japanese dudes that were trying to do something sick, but like 3 people bought the game. Like, this is the most fascinating game, dude. I'm obsessed with this game.
You can tell that's the singular reference to seeking out objects of a particular color. It's never explained elsewhere in the game.
Blue
As I mentioned before, the travelogue on the B-side, which reuses much of the footage from the main game, is meant to hold hints of some kind. The game's manual makes reference to this. But like almost everything else to do with this game, that direction is just cryptic enough that it's next to impossible to know what it means. Continued conversations with designer Hajime Nakamura revealed that the hint lies in the order in which the areas are shown on the B-side. This is meant to be a sort of roadmap for the game itself, though in my experience, it doesn't match up 100% to the route I took. Of course, I never finished the game, so maybe that was what I was doing wrong.
Hello, Dad.
Hello.
We found this map.
Well done, Catherine. We're beginning to get somewhere now. You really do take after me.
He's barely even looked at it and he thinks it's good. Like, he didn't even know what he's got there.
As you begin to uncover relevant clues, the city starts to open up.
Look at that 20-point spot. You can get tons of key points by clicking these high-value ones.
You will visit iconic landmarks such as London Bridge, Piccadilly Circus, Trafalgar Square, Westminster Abbey, and more. Once I'd gotten some advice from Mr. Nakamura, I started to make some progress.
50!
I managed to uncover a map and to meet some of the key characters, like Mr. Pound, who could be found wandering around multiple areas. You can always recognize him because he carries 2 umbrellas. Clicking on him will normally...
He's also clearly the one who's doing the crime in the beginning of the game. He's also on the title screen. He's also on the cover art. He's all over the cover art.
Normally reveal us sometime...
The most exciting character, I guess. The most character with the most potential in this game. Like, what happens with him at the end? I don't want to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil it with that long play.
Helpful clue.
I'm going to play this shit myself and figure out how to finish it.
Though what he says is based entirely on the area you're currently in and not your relative progress in the game. So backtracking makes subsequent encounters useless. Mr. Flash is a freelance photographer you meet outside of Buckingham Palace during the changing of the guard. He lets you know that it's possible to get a part-time job at Piccadilly Circus, just in case you're running low on funds.
Yeah, you get the part-time job to get money. This game's got so much shit in it. All this shit. There's so much stuff. Catherine and you did a part-time job at the restaurant and got some money.
Eventually, you get a license and find a map that allows you to travel outside the city.
So you get a license. Look at this. There's like a scene of the freaking father washing the car, and you take the car and then you can access more areas.
Where your investigation takes you to places like Portsmouth, Bath, and Edinburgh, among others. The plot takes a turn for the mystical once you end up in places like...
And there's also this. Chat. You better believe that that's how power... You thought the game already was not 427 out of 10?
like Loch Ness and Stonehenge. Sooner or later, you'll be piloting a UFO. This story really goes places.
Perhaps we should try using it again.
Well, if you can travel through space and time, you don't need a car.
This is real. This is real. The game was already at maximum, and it goes beyond maximum. Is this game too?
I have to wonder if the turn for the fantastical had to do with
UFO. Spoilers, UFO.
Mr. Nakamura's experience while creating the game. The crew was staying in a town called Devizes to the northwest of London. Nakamura described the 300-year-old hotel where they were staying as very dark feeling.
Hemong, thank you for the 100 bits. Wait, if you can go through space and time, you don't need a car.
In a 1994 interview. Nakamura claims that while sleeping there the first night, he experienced temporary sleep paralysis.
The haunted frickin' hotel that the Japanese crew was staying at made them put supernatural shit in the game. Fidget, thank you for the 37 months.
He found out later that someone had apparently hung...
Freaking look at that! Mr. Pound with the two umbrellas right in the distance!
First night, he experienced temporary sleep paralysis. He found out later that someone had apparently hung themselves in that particular room, and the whole staff considered it haunted. Nakamura was too scared to sleep in that room the next night, though he did eventually work up the courage to return, and the whole thing happened again. He wasn't able to remember for certain when I spoke to him, but I think Nakamura and crew may have stayed at the famously haunted Black Swan Inn. Honestly, I'm not sure this has any bearing on the otherworldly places the plot of I Will goes. I just wanted some way to shoehorn this bizarre anecdote into the episode. Anyway.
Dude. Is that him? Is that Mr. Pound just standing there with this freaking shot of the car going past? That's him.
Anecdote into the episode.
This is like some fucking Slender Man shit they're doing in 1993 on the fucking LASERACTIVE. This fucking game. So good.
Anyway, I've never seen the later places.
Like this straight up, like, I think this is footage from later on in the game, but there's no spoilers here. I'm not going to watch the freaking abridged long play. I'm not going to spoil what happens. If you guys spoil it, don't freaking tell me shit, because I'm going to get the game. I'm going to try to finish it myself. But look at this shit. Like, this shot with the freaking two umbrellas is like a bloody horror movie. It's so legitimately sick. Even though they got the shittest actors, this whole part of the game is pulled off so sick. Like, if this was freaking on any other system, we would have played this so long ago. This is only on the LASERACTIVE.
I just wanted some way to...
One of the most fascinating freaking adventure FMV games this is, legitimately to me.
Shoehorn this bizarre...
What can I do for you, Jim? I said give me the brandy!
Socrates, thank you for the 250 bits. Socrates.
Stonehenge. Where the demons dwell, where the banshees live, and they do live well. Stonehenge. Where a man's a man and the children dance to the pipes of Pan. Hey! Stonehenge. 'Tis a magic place, where the moon doth rise with a dragon's face. Stonehenge.
Is this
where the
Spinal
virgins
Tap?
lie and the prayers of devils fill the midnight sky.
The Spinal Tap? Thank you, Socrates.
Our anecdote into the episode. Anyway, I've never seen the later places the game has you exploring personally. One of the reasons this episode has been delayed for so long is that I Will is just... It's difficult to get anywhere. So much...
There's a freaking 2D animation of the Loch Ness Monster!
Much of it is based on luck or a tedious, endless... Just... It's difficult to get anywhere. So...
Like, this is all footage that, because the guy didn't finish the game, there's all footage from that long play. Which isn't even all the footage of the game, by the way. There's like footage here of Mr. Pound in some kind of cinematic, like walking forwards towards the camera. Like, what is this used for? Is this some kind of like shocking thing at the end or something?
I've never seen the later places the game has you explore.
Like, look how fucking like this, just with the makeup and just the costumes and shit. This guy probably doesn't even act. I doubt he even says anything in the game, but look at how anime this shit looks. It looks so fucking awesome.
Exploring personally. One of the reasons this episode has been delayed for so long is that I Will is just... It's difficult to get anywhere. So much of it is based on luck or a tedious, endless grind of sweeping across the same few minutes of footage over and over again, hoping to trip over a hotspot you'd previously missed. The difficulty setting in I Will is based on time. You can either play with a 3-day or 1-week time limit. But even with a whole week to get through the adventure, you'll find yourself running out of time fast and having to start over from a previous save, or even from the beginning of the game.
The freaking UFO, man. I mean, it would have been amazing to not be spoiled on the UFO and shit, but, you know, you gotta be spoiled on something if there's a video this good.
I became so desperate that I tracked down the creator of one of the only walkthroughs I could find on the internet. With their permission, I've used footage of the walkthrough in this video. The version online is abridged, so I reached out to him to see if he might have the raw video files and his entire playthrough. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and he'd sold his copy of the game along with his notes years ago. To his credit, he managed to find the buyer, but to no avail, the notes appear to be lost.
What's your link, Dana? What is this?
And that's a real shame, because despite the Resident Evil level acting in some scenes and the goofy story, I really respect the intentions of the team here.
Nah, man, that's not Resident Evil level acting. That's shitter than Resident Evil acting. The friggin' intro in this with that guy playing the doctor is the funniest shit I've seen with acting.
iWill has a lot of great stuff going on. Character progression through getting a part-time job, obtaining a driver's license.
Look at this! There's like a scene where you're freaking like on a date, like having a meal with the girl.
Through getting a part-time job, obtaining a driver's license, and opening up the map a bit more. There's a light economy where the time you spend backtracking has monetary implications, funds which you have to replenish somehow via jobs.
We haven't even seen the casino stuff. You go with her to the casino and she's wearing like this different dress and everything. Like, there's all this shit hidden in this game that fleshes it out to be this insane thing.
Currency exchange or gambling in order to avoid a game over. And there's a rudimentary day-night cycle where you have to return home to rest while in London or find a hotel if you're outside the city. They even include
yeah, the freaking action scene. I wonder if this is like you bloody saw a car take off and you have to track the car or something, but this is like an action scene where you have to like not crash. It's like a Laserdisc thing.
But a simple driving game in here.
Freaking action scene.
It's not very good, as it's a more traditional full motion video, tap the D-pad in the indicated direction arcade game, full of repeating sped up footage and an awful looping engine note. These scenes were totally not planned. Nakamura stated in a 1994 interview that the cameraman on the crew persuaded them to add the driving sections.
Yo, shout out to that freaking cameraman. How good is he?
Using sped up footage of the team just driving around Bath. But like everything else in iWill, it's endearingly ambitious. More than any other Pioneer LaserActive launch game, iWill seeks to combine the strengths of the Laserdisc format with what feels like a more contemporary video game. In spite of those ambitions, the game ultimately falls short. It stands out amongst its Mega LD launch counterparts for sure, but you have to assume the average LaserActive owner in 1993 wasn't exactly what you call a core gamer. So releasing something that would even leave the most hardcore of us scratching our heads can't have gone over too terribly well with a more casual
I'll finish this shit. I'm gonna finish this shit.
crowd.
You're gonna have the only full playthrough on the internet of this game.
Electronic Entertainment's review of the game in 1993 summed up iWill as occasionally reaching a high watermark in video quality, but the whole is less than the sum of its parts. It must be said again, though, iWill shows off the unique advantages of the format. You have to give it credit for that. Ultimately, time has relegated iWill to joke status. Before I ever played it, I'd seen that cringeworthy opening scene a dozen times as an example of how the LaserActive library is mostly terrible. But during the course of making this episode, there was actually some positive news regarding this much maligned launch game. In July of 2022, game preservation site Gaming Alexandria announced that iWill, the story of London's video and code, had been successfully dumped. While it's not the first LaserActive game to be preserved like this, as Pyramid Patrol was previously dumped, it's still a landmark occasion. There's still no way to emulate the LaserActive and its Mega LD and LD ROM libraries as of early 2023, but knowing it's possible to at least preserve these rare games is an important first step. I spoke to hacker alias Tanks, the person responsible for successfully dumping iWill, about the process. They'd previously been using something called a Domesday duplicator device to capture traditional Laserdiscs, some of which you can find on the Internet Archive. The Domesday duplicator uses a modified Laserdisc player to capture the raw analog signal from the laser and digitize it. Gaming preservation site Gaming Alexandria reached out and requested they try to capture.
Is that Ghost in the Shell 2? It's not Ghost in the Shell 1, right? That looks like 2.
Capture data from a LaserActive.
Is that a TV Ghost in the Shell? I don't know.
Tanks assumed, as would most people, that a standard Laserdisc player wouldn't be able to read a Mega LD or LD ROM disc, that a LaserActive was required. Turns out that's not the case. While the hardware used to play the games might be unique, the discs themselves are apparently the same as a standard Laserdisc, outputting analog video and audio as well as a digital track, which is normally used for digital audio on a traditional disc. Of course, for LaserActive games, this digital track is where the game's code is stored. So although a standard player can't actually parse that data, it can read and capture it. This is great news. Knowing that a working LaserActive isn't required to preserve these exceedingly rare games opens the door a lot wider for emulation in the future. Something else Tanks pointed out was that, due to the analog nature of the audio and video in LaserActive games, multiple captures across multiple discs of the same game can realistically be combined to make perfect copies in spite of flaws introduced due to disc damage over the years. Something that can't be as easily done with digital media. So perhaps at last iWill's legacy might be taking a positive turn?
It's going to take a positive turn. I've just told like at least 1,000 people about this game that probably no one paid attention to before, how freaking fascinating it is.
16, no game has stumped me as much as iWill. It went from being something I wanted to write off, to something I find fascinating, to something I feel deserves respect. iWill encapsulates the larger story of the LaserActive, and ultimately misguided it.
Yo, Mananova, thank you for the 25 months. This game is very good.
Attempt to navigate the
Ash said hi. Hi to Ash. I'm feeling better today. I'm still not 100%, but I at least got proper sleep. I got a proper chunk of sleep.
Uncharted waters of multimedia gaming in the home that reach...
Oh, Marty.Zone. How much do you want to play this game, Marty.Zone?
...which is so high you kind of want to cheer it on. In that 1994 interview, designer Nakamura revealed that he hoped iWill would serve as the beginning of a franchise. I'd love to make this into a series, a detective story for London. In addition to being able to enjoy beautiful imagery that you don't get to see every day, iWill is a piece of multimedia software that also acts as an educational tool. You have to love that sort of passion and optimism. I'd like to say a special thank you to iWill designer Hajime Nakamura for talking to me about this game, Tom Porter for his patience and help, Tanks.
If I get a LaserActive, and if I get iWill, I mean, I'm gonna get iWill regardless, as long as I can get a LaserActive, but I'm gonna play that shit. We're gonna do a stream or more than one stream figuring out how to finish. This guy could not finish the game. But there's a playthrough, but it's an abridged playthrough on the internet. Like, I can't watch that and spoil whatever happens with Mr. Pound. But you see, this guy, even this guy who's like, this is a god tier video, like mad props to Greg Suet. Everyone go follow this guy. But even this guy doesn't talk about how the whole game seems like the red herring, or not the red herring, the red thread throughout the whole game is this bloody character. Like, look at the cover art. These two amazing shots, the one of him on the side there, but also this shot where one of the umbrellas is actually open. Like, that shit is so cool. But... And like the main menu? Not like the main menu is him? Doesn't mention it. Thank you, Double Buffered and Space Mist, whoever's linking it. Everyone follow him. Some very... if this video is this good, I can only assume that his other videos talking about certain subjects must be good as well. But, where are we here? So, I'm gonna move on soon. We've spent a good hour or 1.5 hours on iWill for good reason. But maybe we should watch the intro one more time. Guys, chat, I will. Like, without anyone spoiling it, without anyone looking at the long play, there's already been some people probably looking at that bloody long play, but without any of that, what do you guys reckon the deal is with Mr. Pound? What do you reckon actually happens? Do you reckon it really is just as cold cut as just he was the thief? because he's clearly the thief in the intro? Or do you reckon he turns out to be a freaking alien? Yeah, he like turns out to be an alien and everything was set up and there was actually no thief or something, I don't know. Yeah, probably Lathau. Well, it's not necessarily talking about what happens in the story, Lathau. It's more just the obvious, which is the fact that, you know, he's all over the cover art and he's right at the beginning of the game on the title screen, and he's the thief. He's the thief at the beginning. Like, he's wearing the same clothes. Anyway, I want to watch this again. The music is so comfy. That's the mystery MP83. That's what makes it so cool. That's why it's such a cool concept. It's pre G-Man, although G-Man in Half-Life is much harder to see. You have to, like, you barely see him unless you've like got a guide really telling you where he is. And you don't talk to the G-Man really like as much as you seem to run into Mr. Pound in this game. Also far pre-Slender Man. Look at this, he's got like his fucking Rolls Royce or some shit as well, which the Japanese crew probably hired for like 30 minutes for this shot, but... If you go and you link up all the footage of him, of which there's plenty with this shot, it's the same shoes and the same pants and everything. I reckon no buyer of this game in America, whoever bought this game in America, I bet no one finished it and no one played it more than like a couple of hours at best. I reckon there would have been a decent amount of people that finished this in Japan, but in America, like the American businessmen type that were buying LASERACTIVE, there's no way they would have played this to think it's anything more than just some freaking scenic tour of London shit, and they played it for 2 seconds. There would have just been a few hardcore adventure game people in Japan that finished this game, that's probably it. Oh, apart from the one guy on YouTube that's got the abridged long play. Who that other video maker contacted. Anyway, we've been stressing all these incredible, like legitimately incredible and amazing aspects of the game in all these different aesthetic and game design ways. Not that the game design is necessarily good, but the fact that they've crammed all that crazy shit in there with the supernatural shit, the different vehicles, the action scene that happens at some point with the car chase or whatever, the freaking getting a part-time job, getting a license, going to the casino, all this shit, going like having the restaurant meal, all this shit which we don't even know how it plays out unless I play through the whole game myself. Throw all that in the bin because remember, it's got this acting. At least the juxtaposition of all that cool shit alongside this acting is just incomprehensible.
I've been working on it for 30 years. I finally succeeded, and now it's gone. What are we going to do now?
The way that she goes, oh. Look at the girl. I never paid attention to the girl saying, oh, the second time. It's even more comedic.
Quickly, Catherine. The alpha ozone, it's gone.
Oh.
I've been working on it for 30 years. I finally succeeded, and now it's gone. What are we going to do now at the International Clean Air Conference? Everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is going to help me find the alpha ozone for me?
I will. I'll get it back for you.
But Catherine, it might be dangerous.
Oh, don't worry. There's two of us. Sherlock, you'll help me, won't you?
Thank you, Catherine. Oh, take these. I'm sure you will need them.
Thank you, Doctor.
I was working on it for 30 years, and now it's gone. Oh. Like, yeah. Okay, we gotta move on, man. I'd be sitting here watching this intro over and over and over again unless we move on. This is one of them, Doppelopoulos, yeah. It was one of them. We gotta move on.
What can I do for you, Jim?
I said give me the brandy!
Quickly, Catherine, the Alpha Ozone, it's gone. I've been working on it for 30 years and I've finally succeeded, and now it's gone. What are we gonna do now? The International Clean Air Conference, everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is gonna help me find the Alpha Ozone for me?
Quickly, Catherine, the Alpha Ozone, it's gone.
Oh!
I've been working on it for 30 years. I've finally succeeded, and now it's gone. What are we going to do now at the International Clean Air Conference? Everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is going to help me find the Alpha Ozone for me?
I will. I'll get it back for you.
But Catherine, it might be dangerous.
Oh, don't worry. There's two of us. Sherlock, you'll help me, won't you?
Thank you, Catherine. Oh, take these. I'm sure...
The test tubes the camera pans over are a joke item called testicles. What? Is that real? The Japanese dude that bought this shit, he probably went to a store for the set dressings and he had to quickly buy some shit. He couldn't speak English, so he didn't realize that the name was a joke pun. He didn't know it was testicle. There's so many cultural clashes here that are so funny when you just know that these dudes are surrounded by this Japanese crew. It's so funny. It's so funny. I can't. It's too funny. It's too funny. We need to stop this. We need to stop this.
Quickly, Catherine. The Alpha Ozone, it's gone.
Oh!
The way he's running into the room. The way he's running into the room. Like, he's a shit actor even visually. Like, he just is the most... He's the most fucked actor you could possibly find. Well, he's not an actor, he was the police inspector, but like the dude said in the interview with the Nakamura or whatever, they didn't audition for the roles, they just had someone source people that would just appear for them. They had like a contact in London. Karorius, thank you for the gift sub to testicles. Thank you.
Quickly, Catherine, the Alpha Ozone, it's gone.
I'll stream this game as soon as I can, don't touch the door, get the playthrough and everything.
I've been working on it for 30 years. I've finally succeeded, and now it's gone.
You contrast this with like how legitimately cool the Mr. Pound shit is and the cover art with these photos of him standing there like a horror movie and shit. Like, we've played a lot of like games where there's an insane contrast between different elements, you know, like Gamera 2000 and stuff. But is this the biggest contrast? Is this the most severe juxtaposition of like elements like this that are between cool and absurdly stupid? I think it might be.
What are we going to do now at the International Clean Air Conference? Everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is going to help me find the Alpha Ozone for me?
And this guy has had the full Japanese makeup treatment where they've made him look like a anime scientist with the hair and everything. It's just so good. It's just so good. We gotta fucking move on to something, chat. Gotta move on to something else. This is not an I will stream. We gotta move. We went through all the rail shooters and stuff before, mostly. Triad Stone. Triad Stone. Okay, this is what we can focus on now. Triad Stone. Look at how amazing this cover art is. Me as well, don't touch the door, like, I'm struggling here. Triad Stone. Now, Triad Stone is the first release of this game, but it was later ported to the 3DO and the Sega Saturn, which were very shit versions of the game. I will demonstrate. All right. Now, can we get the intro of this? Whoa. Yeah, okay. So this is the Sega Saturn version of Strahl. I'm going to show you the Sega Saturn version first before we look at the ultra, super duper, very powerful LASERACTIVE version. LASERACTIVE version that has a lot of power to it compared to these other versions which are lacking the power. Right? You might say that there is a lot more power in the LASERACTIVE version of this amazing game, which the Saturn version and the 3DO versions do not have this power. So let's watch the Saturn version first.
Into the world of Japanese interact.
Oh man, there's some voiceover guy. Come on, man.
Anime, quick time.
Oh, come on, dude. Get out of here. So it's like Dragon's Lair. When there's like a sword that appears, you press the button. When there's a direction, you press the direction. It's a medieval fantasy Dragon's Lair. I mean, Dragon's Lair was medieval fantasy, but in terms of the Japanese ones, you got like Time Gal and Ninja Hayate and stuff. But this is like the only Japanese fantasy, unless you count Super Don Quixote, which kind of is as well. But Rubber Kitty gifting a sub to Power of the Power of Power. Thank you so much, Rubber Kitty. Again, this game was originally supposed to be a Data East game in 1985 when Data East had tons of money. They produced a bunch of Laserdisc games. They never released this. They made the footage, but they never released it. So it wasn't until later on the LASERACTIVE in 1994 that they dug it out and released it. But the Saturn and the 3DO versions are a year after the LASERACTIVE version. But this is the Saturn version. This will also be a perfect way of comparing just how shit the FMV on a Saturn game or a PS1 game looks like this compared to the LASERACTIVE footage of the same anime. Oh, the boss. Oh, did he die? Oh, he got killed. Oh, shit. This is a different stage. Different stage. Anyway, yeah, this is the Saturn version, which is called Strahl. Very, like, I mean, it's cool, obviously. If you see this, like, yeah, it's cool. It's an FMV game like Dragon's Lair, but it's Japanese one. It's like fantasy. It's pretty cool animation. Like, it's cool. Now, this is the difference between Laserdisc quality and freaking CD quality with FMV. Because it's hard to understand just how big a difference there is unless you compare side to side. Although I'm sure people seeing the Hyperion footage from before could tell how insane that game looked. But Triad Stone, Laser Active.
In Arran Island, located in the northern Irish Sea, there was the legend of the stone passed on from ancient times.
This Laserdisc footage, man. Hold on a second.
The stone was called the...
By the way, English narrator, not in Saturn version.
Triad Stone. And it was said to have the power over all...
It was said to have the power.
Creatures, man and animal, heaven and earth, and was the remainder of what gods left behind long before people started living there. Yet no one knew the whereabouts of the stone, and people were enjoying the beautiful nature and the endless peace of the island. King Beryl of the Fullwall clan, from the northwest part of the island, in order to rule the entire island as his, found the Triad Stone and obtained the enormous power.
And obtained the enormous power.
The long-lasted peace.
I reckon that this English voiceover guy that's used specifically for this version, I reckon this was originally recorded in '85 for the original arcade version that was never released.
From the creation of heaven and earth had been broken, and the people suffered from all kinds of disasters. Earthquakes, floods, the plague, and starvation, all caused by the evil King Beryl's magic. A young man of the Donan clan, Ash was the son of a brave shrine warrior, Gian, who had been killed by the Fullwall clan. Succeeding his late father, Ash was determined to overthrow Beryl and challenge the battle to get back the Triad Stone. When Beryl took the Triad Stone, it was broken into three, and one of them was safely placed in the castle of Bogard. For the revenge of his father and the peace of the island, Ash headed for the castle of Bogard. Ash Bell-Luth was only 19 years old then.
Oh shit, what a freaking awesome intro. This voiceover, holy shit. This is the start. Okay, so this version is superior to the stupid 3DO and Saturn versions in every way. Firstly, there's score. This has arcade-style score, which makes a big difference in a game like this because you can tell your progress, you can feel satisfying feedback. Kind of like, imagine if Dance Dance Revolution didn't have score. These QuickTime games like this are essentially rhythm games. Imagine if there was like no score in DDR or whatever, there's no thing tallying like to show your progress. Like, it just doesn't feel nearly as good. So this has score, instantly making it better than the other versions. But more importantly than that, the footage looks incredible compared to the friggin' CD footage of Strahl. And wait, even more important than that, the voiceover guy, which you're going to notice very specifically very soon. And I'll tell you what, guys, this voiceover guy, he has a lot of power. He has a lot of power. A lot of power. Right?
More power. Get them all. Disperse them.
Take the first stone. It will give you power.
It's just fucking obsessed with the word power. It just looks like a totally different game. Like seeing the proper animation on the Laserdisc in this clarity and so many more frames and everything compared to the CD compression.
Now, the gods have given you power.
Good choice. What? What? I don't even remember that extra power. Cororius gifting a sub to power. Thank you, Corey. It will give you power.
Now, the gods have given you power.
The score cash registrates, by the way. Very satisfying score animation. Castle Grayskull destroyed. What a sick stage. So I've never spoiled this game either. I don't know what happens later on. I've watched the first couple of stages, but I'm not going to spoil it. I gotta wait till I can play this legit. Whoa, the freaking sound on that shit. Oh yeah, it's got like this map screen and shit. I hoped that you would defeat the Royal Guard, Bogard. As prophesied, you have overcome the powers of Bogard and forced him to relinquish the Link Stone. Look at all this. Like fighting dragons and shit. Where's the... oh yeah. The lava scene from before, compare the quality in this one. Ding!
More power.
More power. More power. Power up. Take this stone. It will give you power. Congratulations, you have obtained power.
Power up. Power. You need more power.
Dude, this fight is amazing. There's a lot of crazy shit. I feel like I have to re-watch that to comprehend what even happened. Holy shit. Congratulations, you obtained power. Alright guys, that's Triad Stone. What do you think about Triad Stone? You see, the difference between this version and the bloody Saturn and 3DO version is so big that I just don't even want to play the 3DO Saturn version. I just want to wait to try to play Triad Stone. Especially with the score and everything. Apparently there's missing scenes that are cut out of the CD versions as well, so... It really, Triad Stone is the proper version of this game, unless it was ever re-released in its original arcade state, just like Taito did recently with Time Gal and Ninja Hayate and stuff. Except that's never going to happen. That's never going to happen for this, probably, unless they do a Data East compilation. But I don't know if the original ROM for this game, for the arcade version, was ever finished. It probably wasn't. They just had the footage, and then they had so much money that they didn't even care about using the footage, so... exactly, Cybertrucker. Alright. What have we got left? I've covered most of the best ground with the LASERACTIVE now, which means now maybe we just have to, I don't know, look at Angel Mate footage? Oh, that's right, piss take. Chatsy's Stone. Yeah, because the Chatsy's Stone, it's not the real ROM. People have just used the Laserdisc. It's not an emulation. It's just using the Laserdisc footage and remaking it with the custom Laserdisc Game Maker engine, which I played some games from back a while back. But I guess at some point someone did find a Chatsy's Stone Laserdisc lying around that had the game footage on it, but I don't know. Maybe Chatsy's Stone secretly was actually released, but just in really low numbers. I don't know if I've even got confirmation that it was unreleased for sure, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Chancy's Stone, yeah. Anyway, look at Goku's boring. Goku's edutainment. Angel... What was it called? Angel Mate is a mahjong game on the LASERACTIVE. Whoa. Alright, so if you're getting one of the porno games on LASERACTIVE, this is the amazingness you got. M-Ars A-OK was her name. M. Kobayashi, that's not as good as the previous name. So this is Mahjong? Oh, look at this. Yo, look at the pixel art, look at the that's what you're paying your LASERACTIVE money for, to get some pixel art from the Turbo Graphics. The pixel art looks the best. Look at this. Yeah, we got a little guy. Oh, choose girl. Guys, what LASERACTIVE games are you more interested in? Are you more interested in the stuff that I've shown, or are you more interested in shit like this? There's 30 LASERACTIVE games, like 10 of them are games, 10 of them are freaking edutainment, 10 of them are this. It's got pretty good pixel art in this. Holy crap, look at the coins. Got good pixel art. No, I don't care about the JB Harold games on LASERACTIVE. Especially Blue Chicago Blues. The pixel art's really cool in this game. Really good pixel. This is not Mahjong, no. Well, I think there's Mahjong in it. Is it multiple games? No, maybe it's all just the card game. It's all poker? Okay, so that's Angel Mate. I guess we could look at Vajra. Hold on. Vajra. I can show you how sort of weak Vajra 1 looks. So here's Vajra 1. Vajra LASERACTIVE. Not Vajra on, unfortunately. It's just Vajra. This is another very short game, just like Space Berserker, I guess. Vajra. So this is like... It's a very simple rail shooter. Haven't really seen much of it, but it seems like every fight's kind of the same. It's kind of like Battle Clash or something on Super Nintendo, except not good. Nowhere near as good as Battle Clash. Like this is. Well, I mean, you guys will see. Oh, dodging the trees, how exciting is that? So yeah, very simple little crosshair shooter. Fighting a mech is cool. The mech kind of looks cool. I think the biggest problem with this game, apart from the fact that there's no like power-ups, there's different curses you can apparently choose for different weapons with your reticle, but there's just not much going on. Like the footage, the Laserdisc aspect itself. Like, I'm shocked that it's not pre-baked mech battles with the Laserdisc footage. Like an animated pre-rendered mech in a video file that's flying around in some dramatic fashion that you fight. I'm surprised it's actually just a sprite, and therefore the core of the game, or the appeal of the game, the Laserdisc part of it, is relegated to just be a very bland looping city background. I think that's the biggest problem with this game, is that it's just... You're doing these like one-on-one fights with these mechs, but the background is just like the Laserdisc footage itself, very bland. I mean, I'll still play it, of course. It's a unique action game on the LASERACTIVE. Of course I'll play it and finish it, but like, it's one of the weaker ones along with Space Berserker. Nowhere near as bad as High Roller Battle. High Roller Battle's probably the shittiest. Space Berserker is cool, but just very sort of shoddy in some ways. This is kind of the same. This and Space Berserker are similar. I think Space Berserker is probably more interesting than this because at least it's like a movie narrative that's playing out to completion, whereas this is just a series of mech battles, so it's quite dry and bland. Now let's see what happens when you kill a mech and then what the second battle's like. Yeah, it's really bland, Christy. Music's awesome. No, I haven't spoken about Rocket Coaster yet. Push any button.
Good choice.
The man from Sequin Land. Thank you so much for the 15-month resub. So here's mech number 2. There's no narrative. There's no interesting narrative. The Laserdisc footage here looks pretty cool on the mech rotating, but then when you're in the footage, the mech is just a sprite. The mech's not a Laserdisc footage part. Is it just another city? It's an even blander city. kind of cool how you're chasing him down the park. Like, at least that's using the perspective. Cool, that's kind of cool. It's the same city. I think they're using the same city. They're just doing different camera video through it. Music's awesome. Alright, so this is a third... Oh, does he go into space or something? I don't know, maybe some extra little enemy sprites that would have showed up could have spruced things up a bit. I don't know. Now the next mech is just a big yellow guy. It's the same city, but now it's sunset. I guess that's different. I'm loving how big and chunky the score number is. Yeah, I mean, I'll play through this game. It's sort of cool, but it's not like a mega holy shit game like freaking Hyperion or anything. Or I Will, which is clearly the best game on the system. Let's see a little bit more. Dun, dun, dun. The mechs kind of feel like palette swaps of each other. I do sort of like these moments where the enemy has some kind of custom sprite while they're trying to do some kind of dramatic camera motion, like here chasing him again over the shoulder. Like, at least that's something. It's way better than like here where you just... This guy's sort of just like floating around and shooting stuff at you. It's very... Nothing. That's... Now, I was talking about that before, Pro Ash. Singe is not real ROM data. It's just player-made, custom-made shit. So they're not DOS ports. They're not arcade ports or anything at all. They're just made-up timings that people... It's like fan games. Can't believe there's no explosion pixel art. Anyway, there's a sequel to Vajra, which is probably the most expensive game on the system generally. Vajra. Vajra 2 or Vajra Ni. They made a sequel to Vajra. Chat, they made a sequel to Vajra. And the sequel is a more typical rail shooter. Let's see here. Vajra 2. There's a playthrough that Super Deadite put up back when he got it. Yeah, there's this one. Alright. So, Vajra 2 definitely looks like a big step up. This was, again, the only action game on the damn TurboGrafx version of the hardware. Along with Vajra 1. $1994, this one. This game was also compatible with the 3D goggles, of course. Good luck getting those. And they're probably shit 3D. But this game looks cool. Now we've got like proper aliens and shit. It's proper rail shooter. It doesn't look nearly as good as Hyperion, but it looks cool. Boy. kind of much more Pyramid Patrol, very Pyramid Patrol now, but it kind of looks way more interesting than Pyramid Patrol with like the theme and the pixel art and everything. You got little guts monster alien sprites. The aiming reticle and the thing you're firing and everything is just 100% Pyramid Patrol. Oh, that footage. Yeah, it's pretty cool. The bosses, I'm pretty sure, are pre-rendered just like Pyramid Patrol. Oh, he had to break through the barrier. Oh, the boss. His big footage boss. We don't need no sprite bosses, only footage bosses, guys. I guess you're chasing the little head thing? I guess you're the mech as well. Man, I've been streaming for so long without standing up. Oh, just let me stand up. Let me stand up, chat. Oh. Oh. Alright. Stage 2. Oh shit. Yo, look at that. Alien versions of Darth Vader's TIE Fighter. See some other bosses and shit. What do we got? Oh, look at this. It's a big crab lord. Big crab. Tunnels. They're like, I remember watching through this ages ago, and like, I want to eventually get this game. I doubt I'll get it for a while, but like, it's like, the game's expensive. Sure, it's expensive, but there's so few games you want on the LASERACTIVE, you could eventually put money together to try to get it. So I do expect myself playing through this eventually, but I remember that it's got something really sick at the end. I remember that there's something like really sick at the very end that I want to spoil. Yeah, dude. There's something I want to show because I remember this, so this is going to be a rare instance where one of these rail shooters, we're going to spoil it by watching the end. Because I kind of want to see it myself again, actually. The way it, like, lights up. The way the machine lights up there, where it goes like, brrr, like all the lights come on. It's so good. Where's the bit at the end, though? Like, there's 6 stages. Alright. Alright, so let's just watch the final bit with, like, the last boss or whatever. And watch this, guys. And Mr. Pound might be the final boss. Notice there that he did enough damage to kill the boss, but the footage wasn't done. That's why there was all the extra camera angles. But that was a Guts last stage with like a Guts Lord Mech boss thing. What's up, Sword Snap? The true last boss attacks you during the credits. The true last boss attacks you during the credits. And then I guess you kill this, which we won't spoil all of this. And then it goes back to the... It's pretty fucking awesome. Pretty fucking awesome, dude. But yeah, it seems like a really interesting, like really cool visuals rail shooter. Maybe better than Pyramid Patrol, but it's really hard to judge Pyramid Patrol until you see like all the stages. But Hyperion though, Hyperion is still the king. Like, it's just freaking insane. Bloody Hyperion, I'm gonna get some Hyperion again. Freaking Hyperion chat. The music is so good. It's got such a good soundtrack. Oh, that's right, we didn't spoil the Hyperion thing. There was like the light at the end, right? Go into the light. Oh man, I so want to see what happens! I know I've watched it before, but I can't remember what happens. Oh, dude. Dude, this freaking... What other bits of this didn't we see? Man, this is very Phantasmagoria 2, the music here.
Investigate the interior of the remains of the ship.
Investigate the remains of the ship. Oh shit. there's nothing there. Most definitely haven't played Equinox yet. I was sick. Look how good this game. Whoa! This game's way cooler than Attack of the Zolgear. Attack of the Zolgear is cool in concept. The actual footage and stages are a bit bland. This game's insane. It's definitely the best action game on the LaserActive. Boss music. Oh, the huge mega ship. Anyway, I reckon that's enough LaserActive chat. That's my diatribe about the LaserActive. If I ever freaking stream LaserActive related shit again, maybe I'll have the possibility of playing the games. Guys, what game do you want to see the most? If anyone watched the majority of this stream, what LaserActive game are you most interested in? Of course, I will. I will. It's the main game. I will is the main game. Everyone that buys a LaserActive, they're just like ignoring I will, and they're just getting these rail shooters. And I will is literally like up here. Like I will is like up here for me of what I want to play. Everything else is down here. So we have to get access to I will and play it, figure out how to finish it, and finish it once and for all. See what the secret is with Mr. Pound. It's going to be amazing. And then I can go through and play all the rail shooters if I indeed actually get access to a LaserActive. So thank you everyone for watching. I Will is a very, very, very special game indeed. I think we can all agree. Dora Dora Paradise. You can get a little bit crazy with the games once I get through the core gaming experience. I Will. I Will was one of the 3 launch titles, by the way. I think the launch titles was I Will, The Great Pyramid, and Pyramid Patrol. I think those were the launch titles, I think. So I Will was actually, it's like the meatiest and most advanced of all the games. But it was High Roller Battle launch title? I don't know. But yeah, none of the games are even remotely close to the depth of I Will. And people just play I Will for 2 seconds and then ignore it. Can you believe that? If I replay Boppin' Lord Dax, it'll have to be on like a Variety DOS stream, and it would be replaying episode 1 to try to kill the boss. I wouldn't actually be doing the other episodes just yet. There is no Stargate game on the LaserActive. Every single LaserActive, there's 30 LaserActive games, and only about half of them are games, the others are edutainment or porno or whatever. But if anyone missed them all, I covered all the most interesting stuff related to the LaserActive in this stream. So we've got this stream here. I've finally done the LaserActive watching stream. The only thing we haven't done is watch... Well, there's still cool shit to watch. Like, there's the freaking Mystery of J.H. Long, where there's like this Japanese... Oh, man, I forgot. Wait a second. Hold on, chat. We're not done yet. I should show this. This was a Japanese promotional video as well for the LaserActive. Mr. J.H. Long.
すでに我々は宇宙人が存在するかしないかを論じ合っている時ではないようである。多くの人々が宇宙人と遭遇し、不思議な体験を語っている現在、我々はその事実を直視し、 認識しなければならない。
This is a freaking LASERACTIVE promo video about this dude called Mr. J.H. Long that thinks he saw a UFO, and the aliens are the ones that brought us the LASERACTIVE.
ここに一人の得意な体験をした人物がいる。彼の名前はジェシー・ H ・ロング。彼が初めて宇宙人と遭遇したのはまだ彼が5歳の時だった。弟と遊んでいると突然奇妙な生き物が現れ、彼らに向かって光を放つ棒状のものを投げてきた。
I could be wrong about this, but I think I remember researching this at some point, but it could be two different research strands that are overlapping. But I think this was the case. This J.H. Long guy actually was like a real American dude that went to Japan talking about like seeing UFOs and shit. He basically tried to have a career in Japan talking on shows about how he's seen UFOs. But for some reason Pioneer hired him to do this like parody one as well, so...
そして次の瞬間、ロング氏は気を失ってしまったのだ。意識を取り戻した彼は、それ以来左足に異物感を持ち、痛みを
Bardic, let me show you the video of J.H. Long.
訴え続けていたが、数年前、ついにその異物の摘出に成功した。これがその摘出された物質である。ガラスの破片のようなこの物質はすでに科学的な分析を受けており、地球上に存在する物質との組成上の相違が認められている。さらにロング氏はその体験をより明らかにするため、逆光催眠によって潜在意識の奥に隠されていた当時の記憶を語り始めた。そしてついに彼の体験した驚くべき新事実が明らかになった。棒状のものが足に刺さり気を失った彼はその後、
This is all well and great, but when does it get to freaking talking about the LASERACTIVE? Mr. J.H. Long. Wait a second.
ところが途中、アルバカーキ近辺で突然奇妙な光に包まれ気を失ってしまいました。次の瞬間目が覚めると、驚いたことに私は草原に横たわっていたんです。辺りは全く見知らぬ風景でした。
Mr. J.H. Long.
そしてふと時計を見て愕然としました。アルバカーキ近辺に入ってからなんと3時間も経っていたんです。実はその後の逆光催眠によって分かったことなんですが、その間私はなんと宇宙船の中にいたんです。船内は露出オーバーで撮った写真のように白っぽく、天井は丸みを帯びていました。そしてそこにいたんです。体は細くて小さく、目が大きな生き物が。鼻も小さく、口も小さく。だいたいこんな感じの生き物でした。表情がなく、
This guy literally went to Japan, made this career about bullshit, and he literally is drawing them like the most basic childish grey aliens. Like he doesn't even have creativity. Like it's literally just the most basic grey aliens possible.
とても不気味でした。
So again, he's like a real dude that tried to freaking have this career in Japan doing this hoax shit, which the Japanese love. The Japanese eat that shit up so much. So he knew what he was doing as like a way of making money. But this is literally a Laserdisc promotional video where they hired him to parody it.
それがなんとそばに来るように手招きをしました。恐る恐るついていくと、驚くべきものがあったんです。そこにはかつて見たこともない美しい映像と多くの情報が画面いっぱいに映し出されていました。
Anyway, here's Melon Brains on the LASERACTIVE.
メロンブレインズの美しいイルカたちの映像と心地よい音楽に私はしばらくの間心を奪われてしまいました。さらに私が知らなかったイルカに関するさまざまな情報を自由に引き出すこともできました。
So one of the edutainment games on the LASERACTIVE is Melon Brains, which is like a dolphin educational thing. And this is it. What else do they show? Do they show Vajra too?
ゲームの数々でした。
Space Berserk. Oh no, this is Hyperion.
The flame of human life continued to burn.
J.H. Long playing as extraterrestrial LASERACTIVE.
ハイパリオンは宇宙空間を舞台に繰り広げられる驚異の3次元スペースシューティングゲームでした。その世界では迫り来る隕石、強力な敵のビーム攻撃などかつて見たこともないリアルな宇宙戦闘シーンが繰り広げられ、あまりの迫力に思わず熱中してしまいました。
J.H. Long is playing Hyperion, the best action game on the LASERACTIVE. 2 players with an alien in Japan. Jason9461, thank you so much for the raid. We're watching a very interesting promotional video for the LASERACTIVE here. I thought I was done showing off the coolest parts of the LASERACTIVE, but I had forgotten that videos like this existed. Oh, Nima, he was too expensive, but he was far too expensive by that point. Oh, we never looked at Rocket Coaster, which was the third. It's actually one of the first, though. The final Taito game was Hyperion, but after at the same time as Pyramid Patrol came out, Taito also put out Rocket Coaster, which is the only racing game on the system, which is, of course, a racing game where you control a sprite, but the courses are pre-rendered video, which is a pretty good use of the Laserdisc, to be honest, but it's not too exciting to me.
ロケットコースターは未来の一大アミューズメントアイランドを舞台にしたドライビングゲームで、お菓子の世界、恐竜の世界、未来都市の世界など9つのバーチャル空間を疾走するハイテクコースターを体験できました。そのスピード感と迫力に私は目が回ってしまいました。これらの
Yeah, Rocket Coaster, just like Pyramid Patrol, was originally a ride. They were both rides that were ported to the LASERACTIVE.
ゲームはあたかもその世界に入り込んでしまったかのごとく非常にリアルで迫力があることに驚きました。
But I don't think Hyperion was. Hyperion was an exclusive development. 3D Museum, boring. 3D Museum is boring. Oh, Vajra.
抽選の中にいることを忘れてしまいそうでした。
Oh no, no Vajra. I was tricked. This is... It's one of these zapping? No.
事件の捜査はを図るためにマンハッタンを自分が
That's
本物の
JB
カメラ
Harold. This is one of the porno games.
ちょっとドキドキするソフトもありました。日本人の可愛い女の子を口説き落とし写真撮影し
日本人の可愛い女 This cuts to freaking J.H. Long like this.
バーチャルカメラマン2というソフトです。
Virtual Cameraman 2. Whoa.
シャッターを切っているとまるで自分が本物のカメラマンになった気分でした。いい写真を撮ればセクシー度もアップするんですよ。
セクシー。
撮った写真は写真集にして保存できるし迫力の 3D 映像も見ることができてもう最高でした。
Sneak, thank you for the bits. What's this? Yo, what? This is a Sega CD. They're advertising Sega CD games. They're not even late. These are Sega CD and PC Engine games. Here's Kaze no Detsetsu Xanadu. These are just normal Sega CD and PC Engine CD games. These aren't LASERACTIVE games. But I mean, you could play them on the LASERACTIVE if you paid that much money. Because the little add-on pack, the specific Genesis or Mega CD or whatever that you had to get to put in there, cost $600 instead of $200. Oh yeah, you can also put a karaoke pack in there to do karaoke instead of games.
本当に驚くマシンでした。今地球では様々な規格のゲーム機などが出ていますが、このマシンならパックを入れ替えるだけでいろいろなソフトに対応でき、さらにこの先もっとマルチな発展性も期待できるんじゃないでしょうか。次の瞬間、私は草原の真ん中で目を覚ましたのです。
They're not talking about I Will though. I Will, clearly the best game on the system. I'm not even joking. Like, I'm not even joking. I am literally obsessed with I Will. Where's I Will again? Like, when are we gonna have access to play it, chat? When are we gonna play I Will, the story of London? With the mysterious double umbrella man standing everywhere. When are we gonna play? I will play it. I will. Oh, the aliens gave Mr. J.
私が宇宙船の中で見たマシンがこれなのです。
Oh, this thing is huge. It's bigger than an Xbox. This thing is freaking gargantuan.
もしあなたが UFO を見かけたら、それは最新のレーザーアクティブのソフトを持ってロング氏のところへ遊びに行く宇宙人が乗っているに違いありません。
Oh, I will.
アナログレーザーアクタプロ500 FM 音声をコンパティブルレーザーディスクプレイヤー CD ロムロム PC
What were the prices in Japan for this shit? Holy crap.
はいですが、音声や
analog data, yeah, what?
CD ロムロム
Okay. 40,000 yen in 1993 for the PC Engine add-on pack. These were the ones that were $600 at the time, so I guess that was the conversion.
スーパー CD ロムロム PC エンジン用ロムカードなど既存のさまざまなゲームソフトも楽しめます。また
The karaoke pack was 20,000 yen. These little packs, the little things that you put into the Laserdisc player itself, which was 627 billion yen.
カラオケパックもあり、高画質、高音質でホームカラオケも楽しめます。
90,000 for LASERACTIVE itself.
3D ミュージアムなどの立体映像ソフトは別売の液晶
The goggles were 10,000. The 3D adapter to use the goggles was an extra 5,000, so 15,000 to use the goggles. The goggles were compatible with like 3 pieces of software, the 3D Museum and Vajra 2.
シャッター方式の 3D ゴーグルシステムの使用によって強烈な 3D
Apparently these goggles, even though they look all fancy, it's actually the exact same hardware or the exact same gimmick that cheap 3D goggles of the 90s always were, like going to the movies and stuff. And apparently you can get a super cheap ass Master System 3D goggles thing. Like there was a 3D goggles for the Master System. It's like $2. You can use it on the LASERACTIVE. It works. And they were charging 10,000 plus 5,000 for the special LASERACTIVE one.
3D インパクトを心ゆくまで堪能できます。その適用範囲の広さは今までのハードには実現できなかったものであり、今後開発されるさまざまなパックによってその可能性がますます広がります。LD ソフトは現在約2
Yeah, there's plenty of LD movies. It's nothing to do with the LASERACTIVE.
レーザーディスクソフト200名ドルフィンゲームソフト1本以上の3種類
game. These are like just games that are normal PC Engine and Sega CD games.
ソフトをまとめてプレゼント。
Multi-soft set.
また、臨床2000名様には、お買い上げパックに合わせたお好きなレーザー。
Yeah. Oh, yo, let's get more footage of Hyperion. Alright. So is the rest just like videos on stuff? Hold on.
初めての顔ね。
Hold on, chat. the best game on the system.
ロンドンを舞台に難事件を追う本格 3D ゲーム。
Good choice. The Union Jack in the background. Base YHVH. Thank you for the 18 months. Driving around the RPG London, man. Oh man. I will. The story of London. Anyway, here's this girl's ass. Alright, 9,800 yen for Dora Dora Paradise, guys. 9,800 yen if you want to take some photos of her a bit. 1993 from Planet. That's the developers.
Dora Dora Paradise.
Oh, there is a mahjong one. 写真集でもおなじみの秋の桜子と麻雀で対戦。エンジェルメイト。人気 AV 女優とポーカー&ルーレットで勝負。以上18タイトルを。 Do you want to buy some of this stuff for your family, for your kids, the educational software? Or you can buy some porno as well. You can get it all on the LaserActive. You just gotta fucking pay $1,000 and for the system, and then there's $600 for one of the attachments, and some of the games are only with some of the attachments, the other games are on some of the other attachments. You can just imagine some stressed out salesman trying to freaking sell this system. It's the funniest system. There's never gonna be a funnier system than this.
はじめ、さまざまなジャンルの楽しいソフトが続々登場します。パイオニア
The Pioneer LASERACTIVE can be yours for only $4 billion. And that is the price you have to pay in order to play freaking amazing bloody things. Like this. I'm gonna stretch, guys. I would pay for it, though. I don't know. It's worth it. Alright guys, I'm gonna go now. 5 hours talking about all the most interesting specific games of the LaserActive, but before I go, there's one thing we need to do first. It's one thing we need to do first, guys.
Conan, what is best in life?
Ralph.
Crush your enemies.
Conan.
See them driven before you, and you hear the lamentation of the
I am
women.
obsessed with this game. This is my most needed to play adventure game.
We are so old now. We are going to have to listen to this guy talk about the International Clean Air Conference.
Ralph, thank you for the 540 bits. This is the one adventure game I want to play the most. I must try to finish this game. I will. I will. Testicles. Testicles. Oh, jeez, man.
Quickly, Catherine. The alpha ozone, it's gone.
Oh!
I've been working on it for 30 years. I finally succeeded, and now it's gone. What are we going to do now at the International Clean Air Conference? Everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is going to help me find the alpha ozone for me?
I will. I'll get it back for you.
But Catherine, it might be dangerous.
Oh, don't worry. There's two of us. Sherlock, you'll help me, won't you?
Thank you, Catherine. Oh, take these. I'm sure you will need them.
Thank you, Doctor. And don't worry, we'll find the alpha ozone for you.
This is actually the abridged long play, which I've never watched all of because I don't want to be spoiled on the amazingness. Maybe the bit where they talk about Mr. Pound again?
Mr. Pound. He's a stock market analyst, specialising in new scientific developments. People call him Antenna.
He doesn't have his glasses there? What the heck is the dude saying? People call him what?
New scientific developments. People call him Antenna.
People call him what?
He's got this huge information network.
Antenna?
Stretching right across the country. He's a strange chap. He always carries two umbrellas. I hear they're all very close.
This is the fun. These Japanese dudes have just got a freaking Union Jack in the face. It looks English. It just looks British. Look, like, just put it on the wall. It's so freaking fun.
All very good friends.
This footage is captured badly, though. It's actually cropped quite a bit on every direction.
I see.
Right then, Sherlock. Let's get going.
Without spoiling the end of the story or anything, maybe we... Wait a second. Wait a second, this is just complete...
Catherine, if you get any leads with Sherlock, you've got to let me know.
Yes, Dad. We'll keep in touch.
There's no... He's cut out all the gameplay footage. There's no, like... There's no going around the RPG map. It's all cut out. Is this just ripped from the freaking Laserdisc? The guy never actually finished it? Who knows? Oh wait, no, there's a bit. Yeah, it's a little bit.
Why don't you look for a man with two umbrellas?
Is that if you go to the police right at the beginning, he says look for the guy with the two umbrellas? Mr. Pound there. Mr. Nursen is in Trafalgar Square. Key point is important in this game. I'm so tempted to look at certain little bits, but I don't want to spoil shit. Let's just get a very vague... What's going on here?
Mr. Blazer looks very suspicious.
Don't jump to conclusions. You should go and see the casinos first.
Can we see the casino shit? Oh, the driving sequence, I can't spoil that. Oh, the casino, okay. Okay, I want to see some of the casino footage. casino games? Yeah, he's skipping the casino footage. There's literally casino games you can play. This game is like a full life simulation RPG with all the shit. Slot machines as well? Holy crap! I didn't know it had slot machines. This is the most ambitious freaking laser disc game.
Good evening.
Freaking Mr. Pound there talking about a UFO. Wait.
You diving for treasure? Or a monster like Nessie? Just a minute, I remember. Mr. Nelson, he does scuba diving, doesn't he?
I'm getting completely absorbed into this. I can't freaking spoil. I can't spoil so much. This is freaking amazing. There's so much. I need to play this game. I need to play this game. I need to play this game. I'm so obsessed with what the payoff is with freaking the Umbrellas guy. He's on the cover. Look at he's just on the cover art. He's the pre-Slenderman Slenderman. Anyone that missed it before when we were looking at the footage, he's actually hidden in a lot of the game footage where he's like standing in the background and shit just doing nothing. He's just hidden way in the back. Like this character is like the G-Man from Half-Life is in this game, part of this goofy-ass mystery with the terrible acting. But outside of the terrible acting, it's like this legitimate, insane Japanese adventure game. Oh, one of these days, guys, we're gonna play it. These days we're gonna play it, chat. Alright. What do we do now? Did I order? There's a slight chance that due to the generosity of Minoku85 87 in chat, he could be donating me a LASERACTIVE. But yeah, like he's checking all the stuff to see if it works. He's got both packs. He's got the Mega Drive and the PC Engine pack. Could be sending it, but I need to get, like, even if I get it, I don't have a capture card. I could ghetto capture it, but that wouldn't really do justice to it. So I could get a capture card just for the LASERACTIVE. The LASERACTIVE is not going to be emulated in so long. Like, I don't know when the LASERACTIVE will be emulated, but like, it's man, it's just never going to happen, eh? Like, and I Will is not on anything else. I used to care mostly about playing like Hyperion and Vajra 2, but now I Will is the reason for me to get the LASERACTIVE. So, I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna go, chat. It's been incredible. It's been an incredible 5-hour plus just chatting stream. And I had to do this before I potentially ever got into contact with a LASERACTIVE, because if I ever stream LASERACTIVE again, it's going to be me probably trying to play games on it.